first with the curse, with the thirst that I wanna be better, not worse. Man, it hurts. I'm on this earth with my words, and I put them all together, insert, cause I wanna have worth. Working hella hard till they put me in the dirt. Gonna go far, man, listen to my words. Gonna be a star, man, life's like a blur. When you're working this hard, yeah, you get what you deserve. Yeah, I ain't taking a backseat, I'm passing anybody else who is rapping. I'm nasty, ain't nobody able to catch me. They gasping, they cannot compare, they can't match me. I'm at half speed, I got your girl and she laughing and dancing, hanging on my butt, she asking to crash with me, smash with me. She savage, she wants cash money, and she knows that I live lavishly. I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have just to feel alive. I fight to live, I fight to strive, one day I'll have what I want. I want the whole world in the palm of my hand, I got a plan, I'm the man, now I'm teaching the game, a veteran, better than anybody else who tests me. I'm ready, looking in my hand and it's steady, I'm trending, ascending and blending, lyrical bending, now I'm spreading and getting my name out now, yeah, they hearing me laugh, all the crowds repping the sound, I'm hitting the ground, running, up and coming, ain't nothing, yeah, rookie of the year, I'ma keep it 100, cold-blooded, no budget, from nothing to something, I ain't bluffing, I got a full hand and a full plan, I ain't gonna stop till I'm at the top, man, every single drop got me feeling awesome, I'm about to pop, started from the bottom, yeah, I wanna live, I'm cold inside, give all I have just to feel alive, I fight to live, I fight to strive, one day I'll have what I want in life.
everyone, welcome back to another stream. I'm glad to see you all here. Today I do have another commission, which is super cool. I love welcome in. So I'm going to be doing a bunch of fun stuff today. I think the first thing I want to do is do something that's gonna have to have me do something kind of dumb because Twitch TOS. There we go. Now I have the base model covered up so I don't get TOS'd. Anyway, back to the face editor. So, this is gonna be fun. Yes, put the boy in a dress. I don't care. It's just a temporary cover-up anyway. If I had like a robe texture, I would use that instead. So what I'm looking at, it's like very like... Ah! No, I had that right. Like that. Eye shape. I want to make sure I have like the face structure right. They don't want to fuck it up.
I had a dream of doing something. That's weird. Yeah, what did I do? So the thing is, my ex was in former body form.
Yeah, I think that looks about right, but the eyelashes are like really big.
I was very confused, and I completely forgot that she was in the game.
I want to do like a very... I always try to do a very neutral look. Unless they specifically ask for like a more happy looking character. Looks like he's like looking up. I don't want that. I want it to... Nah, it's fine. It'll track wherever the camera is anyway. It'll be fine. Ah, there it is. Yeah, that's looking pretty straightforward, I believe. Unlike me, it's straight. I'm so funny, chat. I'm so funny. So for your guys' understanding of what I'm... Hi Josie, welcome in. For you guys... for your guys' understanding of what I'm looking at, the only reference I got for the face... Oh, bumped my mic. Only reference I got for the face was that he, the person who is commissioning this says that, oh, he's referred to himself as using he, him pronouns, but I didn't ask. But he said that, He says that he's Hispanic, lightly tanned with glasses. That is the only description I have. Keep complimenting me and I will scream. Anyway.
But you're wonderful.
Stop!
Horrible.
I'm going to scream!
But amazing fun.
Shut up.
Amazing fun.
Shut.
But.
So... Stop. Stop it. But yeah, that's the only reference that I have, is that he is Latino, lightly tanned, and has like dark hair. Wasn't given a length, wasn't given a design, wasn't given like any scars or freckles or anything like that. I'm assuming that there's no freckles.
Latinx and Hispanic the same thing or different?
Generally.
Huh?
Anything that's lower North American, Central American, or
So
South American.
I'm
generally.
trying,
That category.
like I don't have like I have more information on what they want the outfit to look like, because they want it to be an accurate, as close as I can get to an accurate US military uniform. I have more information on making that accurate than making sure the face is accurate. Did I lose tracking just staring at the floor? I did. That's cool.
Just like you. Cool.
No, I'm Cole. There's a difference.
Yeah, but your skin temperature is normally cool.
Up
Yeah.
until I started taking
It's
iron
cold,
supplements.
it's also hot.
Yep.
I'm going to scream. I hate you both. Anyway.
Just like ice, ice, baby.
I'm going to shoot those people I love.
We were making ice jokes.
Oh, my,
earlier.
my model is just having a whale of a time. Oh, it's trying to track you, Z. So if you see a bit of glitchiness with my model, that's what it's doing. It's trying to track Z.
I'm halfway across the room at that, just so you're aware.
Yeah. I am, like, right dead center of the camera, and he is, like, off to the side in the background with poor lighting. I don't know why it's picking him up.
Because I'm so pale, I'm translucent, and I reflect.
So do I.
But I'm getting the light from the front door.
They almost touch. And they were roommates.
Yeah, I don't think it's picking me up anymore.
Nope, probably not.
Thank you, though.
I think you still missed.
I'm going to go use the restroom.
Okay. Have fun.
Then I have to get dressed.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. People who, like, the references that I'm looking at, they, based off the references that I am looking at, Latino people have, a slightly, like, more squared off jaw, slightly more, like plumper lips, and, like, softer eyes. Which is probably why they're considered so beautiful, because they have, like, a mix between, they have a mix between, like, all, like, really beautiful, like all the attributes that would consider people beautiful. Jesus Christ, I can't fucking speak. Faceline position. Nope.
Wasting your time. Wasting mine.
That's cheek fullness.
I hate to see you leaving. Fate worse than dying.
Oh, jeez. -1 looks to be pretty much perfect, actually. I've always hated how large the ears look on the normal model, but that's fine. That is as close as I'm gonna get. There, nice and dark. Like he said it was. The London puts barriers on the rails, there's a reason. Be prepared for mildly horrific stuff. So I think, because he said he's lightly tanned, but he tans easily, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick the darkest tone from this as the lightest tone for the new face. Though I do also want to save that color because it's a bit more red, and I want to have access to a bit of a more red color for shading. There we go. Just don't lose that. Because that's going to be my shading color, I believe. Is it? Yeah. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I was already doing that in the first place.
Yeah. Obviously, Freya's candle was lit, and I lit the one that I was using for Dionysus for my brother.
Yeah.
I feel like a certain somebody feels left out.
But yeah, I think having that as the base color and then pick up that shade.
I briefly felt like Aphrodite felt left out. So.
Yeah. Ah.
Feel better for a moment. I feel like I'm moving on to go.
Like so. This is the back of the ear. Yeah, okay. Mate. Oh, awesome. Welcome in, Rhodey. Again, as I said, that is way too dense. As I said in RDMs, I don't really have much experience with skin tones that aren't milk. But I am willing to keep putting in the work until I get it right.
Bun, is his wallet over there?
Hmm?
Is his wallet over there?
Yep, here it is. No problem.
And don't forget your,
It's fine, make it milk. No, 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 no. Not suntan. You said you tan easily, so I want to make sure I do get it accurate. Plus, it is good to practice with my shading anyway, and the ears do in fact look terrible. Cool. God, is the farmer stand? Ah, yes, that's much better. There's a little spot in there, but that's fine. I just want to point out the color that the skin is right now is the darkest part of the skin tone that I'm taking from. What is it? Why? Why? Why are you doing blue? Blue is not what I selected. You have failed.
Looks pretty blue to me.
That is some good information to have. Get more red. Those eyes are nicely shaded. No, you're fine. I'm quite literally looking up because I didn't have any information on what you wanted the face to look like. I straight up like looked up Latino face reference. I am not kidding. I just googled Latino face reference, and I am just doing my best to match like the same physical shapes as best I can.
He certainly goes out of his way to make sure it's correct for you.
As best I can. Nope, the lips always turn out wrong the first time, and I accidentally... Now that looks mildly horrific, but there's a good reason as to why I'm doing it this way. The top lip is actually really thin now. Why is it so hard to get the top lip right? I think it's because it's just... Hang on. I have a theory. If I were to take that, turn it red... It's a bit too pink now. Yeah. That's what it was. It was just too dark. Now I just gotta lighten it up. Blur. Do you have freckles? I can do freckles. This is what the face texture looks like when you zoom out. This is horrifying. This is legitimately so horrifying if you don't know what you're looking at. Alright, I'll go ahead and look at that in a bit. Thank you. You do not want freckles. Understood. I feel like it just doesn't look right. Just feel like this part of the face didn't come out right. Like it's just too dark for shadow. Oh yeah, that's much better. There we go. Bone hair. Yes! It is almost bone hair time, chat! That is the best reference you could give me! Yes! Oh, I'm so happy. Okay. Thank you. Camping with my parents and I'm suffering. Oof, I'm sorry, Simply. I almost got your eye shape right. You just have more pouty eyes than my references. I feel like that sounds like an insult. It's really not. And you have like slightly darker circles on the corner of your eyes. New model looks cool. Thank you. I don't know if I'm doing the shading good, but we'll find out later. You have like very pouty eyes, which is really cool. I don't get to work on like really pouty-eyed models very often. Now your eyes are too low though. No, you're fine. It's really cool that you have like more pouty eyes than I was expecting, because I don't really get to work with super pouty eyed model designs. Normally whenever people try to do eye shapes or character designs, they want like really big, really bright eyes. But you have like downturned dark eyes, which is I'm super hyped for. I know this probably sounds like I'm insulting you, but I promise I'm not. Cool. Wonderful. But yeah, I'm super excited to be able to work with like a pouty-eyed design. It's super cool. I know for a fact that sounds like I'm insulting you. It sounds like I'm calling you sad looking, but it's not. I promise. It's a genuine compliment. And you have a bit of darker circles around your eyes. Which, that is not that hard to handle. It's like right there. It's the color I'm looking for. Yep. Turn down the thickness. Even more. Ah! Then you have a slight circle right there. You should see the photo on my ID. I looked depressed in that picture. We were sleep deprived when those photos were taken. No. Like, you have a pouty eye shape. People normally want their models and characters to look excited and happy and like over the top. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing particularly wrong with that design style. It's just that I don't think that looks as nice as like really soft pouty eyes like you have. It's a bit too much. Looks like I'm just making a sharp corner right there. And what is causing that line? Of course. And I think adding a bit of red to it will give it a bit of life that it definitely needs. Put some rose into the rose gold. There you go. I want to replace that with a darker red. Put a little bit of red into it to bring some life to your eyes. So you don't look like you're half dead, even though you probably feel like it in this picture. And then pick this up. Opacity, thickness, and just lighten the whole thing. That's pretty good. That is a lot better than I was expecting. Am I wrong though? Did you not feel dead in that photo? You have full permission to yell at me. Dead serious, we were at a reception for basic training! Oh, you were probably like so fed up with everyone there, bestie. I know I would be. Give your nose some definition. Define the nose. The sniffer has been defined. And now go in with low-key, I wanted to murder some people at the end of my cycle before graduation. It was over a year ago, and hard to believe how fast time passes. Yeah, it really is sometimes. Hey, Rhodey, so I want to apologize in advance, but one of the things that you can do if you watch my channel for a little bit is you can redeem channel points. One of the channel points, apparently, Josie hates me. Ara ara. That's what that one does. Welcome to hell. I'm picking on you, Josie. I'm picking on you. I know you do this for your own entertainment. Actually, you know what? The ears need a bit of blushing. They look a little bit dead. Yeah, that's better. I know to you it probably doesn't matter what I'm really doing. Like, you don't really care because you're like, as long as it turns out good. But right now, I am blocking out face structure. And it's kind of hard to tell, but it'll define like your face structure a bit more, even though the model can't do that. So it'll just make everything look a bit more solid. And a bit more angular. It's not I'm not exactly the best at doing it though. So, it doesn't look that great right now, I know. But that's because it's not done. So what I like to do is I like to darken everything so I can see where the like actual mark of it is. And then I'll pick up the actual skin tone I'm using, go in with a large brush on somewhat high opacity, and just lighten everything. Don't know why this side isn't lightening though. Goes on just as dark. And now, if you look at it from literally any angle, the face shape looks a whole lot more solid. Like a whole lot sharper now. Like you have just a bit more muscle to the face. I did traditional art and like proper art classes for a very long time before getting into this. So while it looks like my methods are madness, it will help, I promise. Only on Tuesdays. That got rid of some of the shading. So I have to do less layering. But yeah, that's what that does. If you were, like, confused. Which a lot of people can be, I'd understand. There we go. No eye highlights for you. You don't get them. No eye highlights for you. Mostly because I prefer to do the highlights manually. From this angle, the model looks pissed. You had like really dark brown eyes. I know your eyes aren't actually this light. I knew. Been trying to find an avatar that looks similar to what I want, but nowhere to be found, so I thought, why not? Yeah, that makes sense. I'm trying to give you a little bit of an eye highlight so that your eyes, so that like you don't look completely dead. But I'm also trying to ensure that they keep the darker quality that your eyes actually have. Almost perfect, actually. So that's why I keep going back and forth. That's it! That's it! That's perfect. That's it. And then... Blur always causes lag on stuff like this. That's why I don't use it as much. Nope, that's way too light. What do you think of the eyes? Is it a bit much? Should I lighten the pupil a bit more? Or is it good? Oh, that's it. That's perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. I don't normally do pupils on my models, just because I don't really feel the need to, but I felt like this one definitely needed it. You can actually see, if I'm careful, you can see that my model, the one I'm using now for myself, doesn't have pupils. This is how I normally do lighting, but you have a specific look that you're going for, so I'm trying to match that. I think the eyelashes need to be changed. That's about right. Oh, because you weren't here for the beginning of the stream, I'm just gonna share this with you so you're not shocked by it later, because it normally shocks people whenever they see it. So, in order to make sure that I can do all the clothing customization I need, I have to have the base model, which means no clothing on it. However, Twitch's, hi. So I'm gonna show you this so that you don't get freaked out about it, because I've had people get freaked out about it. So, in order to get the clothing customization I know I'm going to need, I have to use the base model. However, Twitch doesn't particularly like it when I use the base model because it has no clothes. So, I have the base model and just threw on the first thing I clicked. So, this was the first thing I clicked. So, you are temporarily in a dress. I actually have a friend who's in the Air Force, and whenever I told him about the fact that this is something, when I told him about the fact that this is something that I have to do as part, like, just to protect myself from TOS, would you like to know what his response was? It makes sense. Most Air Force people are little girls anyway. If he weren't in messages, if it weren't over Discord message, I would have slapped him for that. Do-do-do-do. The base color, I want it to be like that. The shade, I want it to be obviously the darkest. The highlight to be... You're gonna let me select that spot. So it's nice and light on the lightest part. And outline is black. Bestie, I'ma throw hands. So what hairstyle are you looking for? Yeah, take your time. You don't have... Oh, I forgot to tell you, I don't actually know how I'm going to make a hat. So if I can't do it, I want to make sure that the hairstyle is accurate without it. Oh, something's going on? Max, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders! Welcome in! I'm working on a thing! Welcome in, raiders! Do-do-do-do. That's gonna be difficult. Okay, I just want to make sure. I think what I'm going to do for this... I can't really get, like, rid of this part. I don't know how. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna take... Yeah. Just in case, I don't know if I have any hat models, but I will definitely try my best. I metaphorically can do it with hair, but it's not going to look right at all. Like, that's just something it's just not going to come out right. It's not going to have the camo texture that you're looking for. Invite Max to a call? Long. Like about that much should do. I don't think... Yeah, he didn't pick up. Didn't think so. And I want it to be flat so it doesn't have that much texture to it. That doesn't really matter. I'm not going to be drawing that far out. I'm just going to be doing like a side swept look over the top, so I need to make sure. Need to make sure it like actually sits on the head. Zero. -1. -10. -20. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. Whoop. Okay. Let's see if it does anything when I paint. That is not what I wanted at all. Why did that not fix? I want that flat, straight. Cool. Twist. Look at how it twists. Oh, that is horrifying. Zero. He didn't pick up the call, but it's fine. Straight. That is so wrong. There we go. That looks like it's about right. And because of how the hairstyle is, do I want to go swept back or swept to the side? Eyes. Yeah, actually. Make sure the cross section is flat. It is. Up, 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 up. This looks like I don't care, but I do. Okay. So I want to line this up with a point. Line this up with a point. Oh, nope, nope. There we go. There. And there. And line this up with a point. There's... Which one is it? Oh. Yes, I got it. Because this part in particular is going to take 3 strands. I don't like how all the hair like phases through the mesh there. That is annoying. But at least it stays outside of the head. I really, really hope this is to your satisfaction because there's a lot of stuff I can't really do and I feel kind of bad. If it isn't, I'll just sell it to someone else. There's the rogue hair. That bitch. If I were in the military, I'd probably go rogue. Who am I kidding? I'm not allowed in the military. I'm physically and mentally disabled. It's great and... Thank you, I appreciate it. Let me guess, you weren't expecting to have someone put as much, like, care into it as I am? I just ever so slightly want this part lower so it doesn't come peeking out of the closet like I did at my mom before she kicked me out. Yet another reason I wouldn't be allowed in the military. Oh my god, end me please. I make such terrible jokes. The majority of us are mentally disabled. We just lie on entry. Due to mental problems and how bad we are actually treated. Yeah. And people have the audacity to say facts! Facts! Yeah, that makes sense. But at the same time, my family has a history of hospitalization, so I don't think I could lie through that check. Unfortunately. Even if I wanted to get into the military. I think the biggest hurdle is the fact that I'm physically disabled. No, this one. Stop it. Stop it! You dumb fuck. If you don't start behaving, I'm going to commit arson. Click button. Click button. Click. Stop! They don't have your medical records? Not yet! Oh, Black Betty, I'm a lamb, oh, Black Betty. You fuel me with enough rage to overtake hell. Stop it. They can't access your records without consent when you enlist. Yeah, well, I don't trust authority figures, so I have a strong suspicion that they will anyways. No. This one. Ah, bug flight in my nose. One person only had one kidney and managed to pass. How did you find out? Probably told you during, what's that one training thing where you walk through the desert like some sort of fucking camels. Bestie, them guys really do be trying to kill you out there sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if they made you sign a consent form that said, if I die, I don't care. I'd care. I'd care because it's my life, you bitch. He ended up telling the drill sergeants because he was depressed about his family. Oh. That does make sense. I missed a spot. Really did just give your model a small bald spot because I'm fucking blind. You have life insurance? I have no insurance. I am uninsured. The only insurance I have is that no one will care when I die. I'm kidding. DS reaction was what the fuck? Hey, by the way, you know all that training we went through and all the work we put into this and how hard we, like, pushed to get everything, like, working and all of us to become a team? Yeah, through the entire time I had, 1 kidney. Just saying. You fucking what?! I can imagine that was probably his reaction. Hi Frost, welcome in! I am doing the commission thing. But yeah, I think the main reason I wouldn't be allowed into the military is because I am physically disabled. And it's one thing to go, yeah, I'm disabled, I have easily hideable injury. And another thing to go, yeah, I'm disabled, my bones dislocate whenever I twist wrong. Sorry I missed the story, school makes me tired. No, you're fine, dude. The whole point of the story was to help people get to sleep. You can't stay? That's fine. You have no obligation to stay. We'll come back though? Oh, I appreciate it. By the way, the difficulty you have seeing right now, that's not a you thing. Have a good stream until I come back. Awesome, thank you so much. Trust me, when I wouldn't trick anyone to enlist, I would flat out saying everything sucks about it. I just love my job and the specific bullshit along with the hassle. That's fair. The way you talk about it reminds me of how I talk about the haunt. Cause a lot of my newer viewers, and especially people who don't talk to me regularly, don't know this, but I work at a haunt seasonally. That's probably the best you're gonna get, honestly. But I work at a haunt seasonally. It's something that I rather enjoy doing. It's something that I absolutely love. But would I recommend it to anyone ever? No. I work as a scare actor, past tense, worked as a scare actor, for Hellscream Haunts Incorporated. They only just started properly paying actors as I left. I left because I moved to where I live now. How is that going to move? Probably terribly. Oh no. Oh, that's actually not bad. Oh, heck yeah. Okay. Cool, okay. Add bones to the hair. For some reason that doesn't want to put bones there. And there's a reason why, absolutely not. I would not recommend acting, like scare acting. Because it's a lot. It is a lot. No, you're fine. Scare acting in general is a lot. It is a lot of work, it is oh, I hate that, actually. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of exhaustion, that a lot of people, honestly, I'm saying this as nicely as possible, they can't handle it. And I mean that in, like, the kindest way I possibly can. Because... yeah, okay, that moves nicely. It's a little bit weird, but it moves nicely. Just a little bit of movement, as it should be. So, a night working at the haunt generally looks like this. You start off at, sip on soda. You start off getting there between 4 and 5 p.m. From the time you arrive to about 6:30, you're getting into costume, you're getting your hair and makeup done, you're getting shit put together to act. You know, basic shit. At 6:30, we have the actor meeting, where we all get together and we get hyped for the night. We start yelling, we start doing our chants. Basically, we get ourselves excited to do the damn thing. And it's great. I fucking love it. I have a great time with it. But just that much, from what I've seen, just that much, if you're not already in the adrenaline just for doing the acting, just that warm-up will tire you the fuck out. And so we open the haunt at 7, and we close it at either 11 o'clock, midnight, or 1 a.m., depending on the night. 11 o'clock, Mondays and Tuesdays. No, Sundays, Mondays, and Tuesdays. Midnight, Saturday, and Sunday, and 1 a.m. all through Hell Week, which is the week of Halloween. So, from Hell Week... Tall. Looking at Hell Week, then you move on to... So, from the time that you get there to the time that you leave, you don't get a break. First, it's interacting and socializing with people. If you need a break, if you need to step away and you need to get your shit together, what you're supposed to do is get one of the haunt runners, which are actors with security training, get one of them and have them take over where you're working. And you just work the entire time. You don't get a break. Unless you specifically ask to go to the bathroom. Oh, what about eating? What about drinking water? What about keeping yourself healthy? Do it between groups. What if there's a conga line that lasts half an hour? Suck it up. A conga line is multiple groups in a row, like without a space in between. What if one of your props malfunctions, or one of your props breaks, or you get injured? Well, it's a haunt. You really think they're gonna be surprised? Do you really think they're gonna think the blood is real? Keep going. Keep working. There was one time, I dislocated my shoulder while I was acting, and because I, at the time, was just used to having my joints dislocated, my response to this was to keep going. It is something that I honestly and legitimately cannot suggest to anyone who wants to do it as some nice side project. Something that you're just trying to figure out what the hell you're doing. I honestly and genuinely cannot suggest it to anyone. However, did I go every single night I could while working a job and going to school? Yes. Did I love every single fucking minute of it? I would hate to work there and have a combat job? Yeah. Oh my god, there were some ex-military people who hopped on to join us, and we warned them. We were like, hey, this is like really fucking difficult, and it's like really hard, and if you need a break, if you feel tired, tell one of us, and we can go ahead and we can get you that break that you need. And their response was, please, I'm in the military, I know what I'm doing. Those people are the first ones to fucking drop like flies. They are gone before we're halfway through the night. They drop like flies. Like, it's not funny. That's just how fucking exhausting it is. Am I saying this as you couldn't do what I do? No, absolutely. You can act for 6 or 7 hours. In a row with no breaks. Metaphorically. Does that mean it's fun? No. Are you going to feel exhausted and like you want to die? Yes. But you genuinely, if you're working at a haunt, you don't do it for any other reason than you love it. Yeah. No, I've had people who come in and they're like they come in claiming that they are going to be able to handle this easy peasy, no problem, because they're military and they know how to, and they've been through combat situations with high adrenaline and they're constantly pushing themselves and I'll be fine, I work out all the time. And again, they're the first ones to drop like flies. Legitimately, I, as a 16-year-old actor, lasted longer than people who have been in physical combat working at a haunt. That's just how demanding that job is. Ah, where'd my cursor go? Why is my cursor buggy? Boop, 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 boop. Why is it not gonna line up on the torso? There we go. Lots of people talk crap because they are military, but the majority are Pog's position other than Grunt. When it comes to the latter, they are trained to deal with combat and that kind of stuff. Acting. Yeah. But yeah, I have, like, the first time it happened, I was honestly shocked with how quickly the military people dropped. Because, like I said, they went down like fucking flies. They were just out within, like, you're supposed to be able to, whenever you do this stuff, you're supposed to be able to work, on average, around 6 to 7 hours before you need a break. And that is in your contract. That is something you can and are able to do. And they couldn't meet that part of the contract. Actually, the funniest thing was whenever one of them wound up having a minor emotional breakdown because he was so used to how the military was treating him that he wasn't able to understand. Like, he wasn't able to understand why he wasn't able to do it. Because it's a really fucking demanding job. I don't know what that's shading. Long periods of time, but like I said, it depends on what they're trained for. Yeah. That works. Sure, we'll go with that. Take the shading! Take the shading. You have no choice. Thank you. And now for the blush, I redden it a little bit. What I was just working on specifically was shading, and now I'm working on blushing. Shading is specifically to darken specific parts of the body so that it has more definition and better muscle tone, but blushing has the sole purpose of making the body look alive. Because a body with no red in it does not look alive. That is not what I wanted. I want to focus on the heels of the hand. For reference as to how demanding it can be, my first night, I lost my voice completely and still had 4 hours of work to do. Like, completely and totally voice gone, and I still had 4 hours of work to do. It do just be like that sometimes. That's just how the job is. There's other times where I just kind of go, that's just how the job is sometimes. And stuff like that includes, but is not limited to. Hang on, I just took the shading, made it red. There we go. That includes, but is not limited to, food, if you are hungry on the job. Oh well. Because, no one, like, carries food. I feel like yeah, that's definitely on the wrong side. Like, no one carries food. So if you want food, you either bring it yourself or go without. Do you want your nails any specific color? I can paint your nails if you want me to. Oh. Just leave them natural? Aw, I was gonna give you white rainbow nails. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm messing with you. Okay. So that's pretty much the body done. The main reason I was focusing so much on making sure the shading was right is because, if you decide that you want to go into Vroid Studio and mess around with your model, like change the clothes or something, I want to make sure that if you change the clothes to anything, it will still look like the body is complete, which it is. Against regulation? Nothing is against regulation when you're with me, I promise. No, that's kidding. I do have rules. I have rules. I think I want to give you pants first. No crease. That's a crease. You lied to me. You're a liar. Gonna go ahead, check the design, because I don't think I have the right... Oh! No, they are a little bit tighter at the ankles, unfortunately. Forgot to add a tan belt. I'm just gonna put you in a dress. Just dress and pants. Instead of dress pants, it's dress and pants. Is that the right shape? Yeah. Yeah, that's the right shape. It doesn't look like it, but it is. I promise, though, that is the right shape. Paternity uniform. Yeez. You are just clipping through those shoes. That's great. What? That is the correct design, but what are you doing? Why are you clipping through your shoes? Why are you clipping through your shoes? What is this? Why are you clipping through the shoes? There we go. That was so dumb. You're clipping through the shoes. Why? Okay. Let's start with the jacket, because that probably, honestly, looks the least like the correct section. First things first, default image, eraser. Got big feet. Big feet, no shoe. Yeah, that's not gonna look good. I'll just get rid of all of it. It'll be fine. And obviously no hoodie strings for you, unfortunately. No, not the hoodie strings. That was my favorite part. Feet so big, shoe rights have been revoked. Don't know where that is, so I'm just gonna send a generic pick. Go ahead, get rid of that. Yeah, no, I know what I was looking for. I just needed the correct shapes. Oh, whoops. Like, like, the hoodie, whenever before I start messing with it, definitely does not look like the right shape. Especially with them pockets. But, I promise, it is the shape I'm looking for. See? Just removed the hood and it's already looking better. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot get rid of those cuts. They're stuck there for some reason. So, I think I want to start with like a very, very generic green to just green everything out. Generic nature green. No. Hex codes of camo. Why is that in all caps? 78866B. 78866B. Did you know that there is a hex code for generic camo? And that's the hex code I just put in. That is the generic color of camo. Why are you not? There you go. I'll just get rid of those whenever I'm done. There we go. Here's your friendly reminder that I'm doing all of this with a mouse because my art tablet pen is broken. Yeah, that's just gone. I bet if I just... Is that right? I'm a god. But yeah, I'm doing all this with a mouse because my tablet pin is dead. Woo! Totally Poggers moment. Okay, so now I want to start blocking out shapes. Because shapes are going to be important. So I have 1 square patch on each shoulder, 2 rectangle patches on the chest. Yeah. Is there anything on the back? Because you sent me front, side, and back of the pants, but not of the top. I think there's just like a name across the back, isn't there? Hi, Max.
Would you like to invest in some car insurance?
What?
Would you like to invest in some car insurance?
What kind of drugs are you on, bestie? No, it did block Velcro. I don't know why Velcro was blocked.
You wanna pray to our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ? He killed Barney for us.
I'm going to hang up now. He asked if I was interested, in learning about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Fun fact, there's nothing on the back. Awesome, thank you. Fun fact about me, in case you didn't know, I'm pagan. I was raised Catholic and turned away from it and am now a witch. So, no, I don't. What am I looking for? Why am I dumb? Why am I dumb? I'm dumb because I'm not smart. That's how intelligence works. Bada bing! Okay, it's a little bit darker. I bought my car third hand. It doesn't have a warranty. Bestie! Thank you for the redemption. No, seriously, I bought my car. Let's see, what was it? First owner bought it, gave it to their kid. Kid wrecked it, was sold in a, then someone... Yeah, he was joking. He was messing with me. Then they, sold the scrap to a auction house. Auction house repaired it. Someone bought it for me, and I bought it off them. For $2 grand. So yeah. Why am I so bad at this? Probably because I'm doing it with a mouse. So bad for Max. Yes.
I'm sorry. I was just joking.
How dare you ask me about my car's extended warranty?
But you need to know about it.
I did not need to know about your Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Oh no, I was just saying that because I forgot the line that I was gonna use. I was telling myself, if he's gonna call me again, I need to say something stupid. So that's what I did. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine. I'm not actually upset. Yeah, I did get the car really cheap because it was a trash car.
We're playing Apex. I'm playing gun game.
Play gun game. You are good at gun game.
Bitch trying to steal Bloodhound from me. Fucker.
That's this one? A or B?
Discord.
Patch A or patch B?
Patch A.
You shut. Not talking.
Okay.
Not actually upset. I'm trying to focus on getting this commission right. Isn't so bad. Shoulder pockets, Velcro for you. Ah. Stuttery boy. Yes, indeed, he is a stuttery boy. That is fact.
I'm not.
Stuttery boy.
I'm not. I'm not a stuttery boy. Oh, what? God. God help me. God help me. God help me. This is rape. This is abuse.
Rushes every night. And hiding as a light.
Yes.
And higher all the time.
I
And the pressure on your mind.
People. I'm going to shoot you in the face.
Hi, welcome in.
Hi.
It is so disorienting to say, and yet I say it every time without fail. Hi.
Hi.
As long as people don't look too closely at the crotch area of this model, they won't know that this is a hoodie. Just don't look too closely at the crotch, damn.
Flush.
So bucket and reload. Hi. So because of the model that I'm using, as long as no one looks too closely at your crotch, no one will know it's a hoodie. Just don't look too closely at the crotch. Repeat. You'll never burn me. You'll never burn me. Oh yeah. I could use the t-shirt model, but that would not have the same amount of bulk nor the same neckline. It wouldn't look as good. Yeah, baby. So hopefully your model doesn't have anyone staring at your crotch. Stare. Max over in the background talking about cannibalism. Love that. 1K points! Pog!
It's unhealthy, but I mean, it's still good. Well, split the bones in half and, like, scoop it out with a small spoon or something.
Is this? Yep, of course it is.
Wait, what is the... You did the beat. So you fucked the
If you can't tell what I'm doing, I'm basically putting an uneven spot so that it can pull a line up. The flag goes on the right, stars facing forward. I love the fact that you're so specific about this, likely because this is quite literally your job, but it's still entertaining to me regardless. You have to make sure you get the patches on the goddamn right side!
I'm a Fresh fish, take it.
Ah!
Fish?
You're right, I am. What about it?
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to people who punch me. Yeah, you. Fish. Fish. Or? You said it! John, please, 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 don't waste your life like this, man. Come on.
Nope. There's that one little spot. Then I want to go here.
You're right. You're right. Yes. Go ahead over there. Fallacy? I don't know about this.
Just Max rambling in the background. Ah.
No, fallacy isn't a demon. It's an English term. It's something you should learn. Fallacies. I think it's something like most people use in like arguments about stuff. No, not in your mom. And
Not in your mom and documents.
I'm not a broken record. Fine, I'm a broken record. I'm going to break your neck over my kneecap and then
Is Max okay in the back? Yeah, he's fine. Max is having fun. He's just ticking again.
what's your life on you, friend person?
It's still too dark. I thought I lightened enough.
And I'm going to enjoy it. You can't threaten with punching me because I'm not gonna be bothered by it. I'm not. I'm used to being punched.
Why is it not lightning on the model? Meh. Whatever. It's almost light enough. Alright, that's good. What's going on with him? He's having a fight with one of his family members. I can't tell if it's a real fight or a fake fight, but it's a fight regardless. I got none of that.
It's a fight.
Okay. It's a fight with one of his friends.
Yes.
There we go. That do evenly? Of course not. He's not a broken record, he has a stutter. Deal with it. Die mad. I've been scared of sleeping with the lights on, though she's not there. I know she's going to his flat. A Capricorn, oh fuck that. They say sex sells, I know that. I've been scared of sleeping with the lights on, though she's not there. I know she's going to his flat. A Capricorn, oh fuck that. You say sex sells, I know that. Okay, this is the right one, but I want to move it. Good, I did move it. Can I?
Hey, guess what?
Hmm? Oh. What? So this part's going to go to the lighter colors.
Come on, guys. Just say what? Say what? Okay, but what did your girlfriend do when she got to the nut?
He is in a mood. Don't worry, chat. He is in a mood. Okay, so what I want to do is start off with the
Oh wait, no.
yellowish green.
It was what did Cinderella do when she got to the ball?
No, don't finish
then she
this.
gagged.
Don't.
For some reason, it was because you guys kept saying nut, and I was like, what? Like, what the fuck are you all saying again?
Why is it not letting me draw? Oh, because I'm an eraser. I'm dumb. Chad is now repeating your joke, Max! Why?
Because they love me.
That's true.
Okay, I'm going to commit murders.
To the military person who I... If only I could hear him. Can you not hear him?
Heroic purposes. Felonies? Okay. No, but think about it. Are we committing felonies or are we practicing heroic actions?
Are we committing felonies or are we practicing heroic actions? You're going to give my chat bad ideas, Max.
Good.
No.
Oh shoot, she has an L-star and my Ash stuff. I think we're committing heroic purposes because I think we're dying.
That heckin' voice crack, though.
We are dying. Please, guys. I'm locked in a corner. I'm a dead man.
I can hear him. I'm just trying to find my glasses. Alright.
Suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a dick, suck a motherfucking dick, suck a dick. Suck a dick.
I'm sorry I'm not the best at camo designs. But I promise it'll look good when I'm done. Does it look good now? No, not at all. It's kind of horrifying and disgusting. Because I'm just coloring green with yellow. If it ain't a war crime, we achieve victory! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm turning on the heater. It's reaching 90 in the house and I'm dying. I'm sorry for the noise now. Does he have ADHD? Yeah. No, 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 no. I turned on the cooler because it's heat, like, it's reaching 90 in the house and I'm dying.
Can you please bring us back? Get the difference. So, are you Quagmire now? Okay. You have made a mistake. You made a terrible mistake. Wink wonk.
Yes, the heater will produce heat in the hot. Yes, he's having an ADHD thing. Don't worry about it. That's why I say don't worry about him. He'll be fine. Hey, Max.
No one
Hey, Max.
acknowledging the fact that I made a Ben Drums reference.
Hey, Max.
Yeah?
What's your favorite movie?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't remember.
Who else but Quagmire? You like the Care Bears? He doesn't remember his favorite movie, but he likes the Care Bears.
Oh. I know the wrong answer was me being born, but you know what? I was done anyway, and guess what? I turned out fucking backwards. Yes, I am special. Deal with it. Then let's eat it and see if it's edible.
As a general rule, the line, let's see if it's edible, is not something that should be, like, regularly used in your household. No wonder you get poisoned. I swear, a poison-type Pokemon could, like, walk up to you and go, oh, Fluffy! And you touch it and die. Once and for all, they call us the villains, 'cause they know we'll take the fall. And all of the horses and all of the men won't learn from history. It's all the same in the end. Told you.
I died. Wait, hold on. What is my favorite movie actually?
People put us military on a high horse. In reality, we are all depressed alcoholics with tobacco problems. I'm the lucky few that don't do any of that. Yeah, instead you do weed.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, was I supposed to have a favorite movie?
No, I'm asking because you're having an ADHD moment and I want to prove that you're fine to chat because they're a little bit worried about you.
I don't know what my favorite movie is, but I like the Care Bears movie.
You heard it here first, chat. Max's favorite movie is Care Bears. I will slander him with this information for all time.
I don't like so back in middle school, I was in 7th grade and most of my friends were in 8th grade. I ate with all the 8th graders because the principal preferred me over everyone and decided, hey, you get to hang out with the 8th graders during gym and during lunch. You need to be with your class. And so I hung out with them all the time. And what we wanted to do is we hung out. Our coach in gym, we let us do whatever we wanted. So me and the rest of the girls, we decided to hang out in the. I'm telling a story.
We can't, or we get dishonorable discharge. Even Seaburn, if we are caught in a drug test and a tiny bit of CBD is found, we are screwed.
I'm only I can't remember words. I'm not.
and this girl started to show to the between the legs. It's like, oh my god. But still, you know, we always do the music, and the music teacher has a strong voice. We decided, what if we start a flash mob during lunch? So I was gonna, and we were gonna like newsy outfits. We were gonna like little
How's that?
boy outfits, and we were gonna like assign roles, and we were gonna put like music over the radio of like the overcome, and then we were gonna play it during lunch. And I would jump onto a table. I would start dancing onto the exact choreographed dance from the movie. And we would start singing, we would start dancing, and it would just be so cool. Because as soon as we ended it, it was going to be second semester. As soon as second semester came, I was pulled out of school.
Oof.
I don't have lessons. But third time over.
Look at this bitch. He got excited to tell his story. I was letting him tell his story. What do you think of the camo? It's okay if you think it looks like trash. I understand.
What is understand?
Use a bit of brown. Yeah. Honestly, the best way to ensure is try to keep it in the same color family, despite the fact that it looks... Ah! That is way too dark. Nope, still too dark. There we go. Make it look like it has an undershirt and a collar. Yes, but that will make it so that you can't... Max died. Max, why did you die? Yes, I can make it look like it has an undershirt and a collar, but that's going... the way I do that is I have to go color the skin itself. Is that alright?
There was a game I wanted to download. Did it not actually? I wanted to download something. I have to re-download it.
Lol.
Warfare. Okay, fine. Fine. Wait, does CFD take shorter?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I wanna do the quest with the. Oh no, what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? It's because I got distracted by the song, and so I didn't take my medication. I didn't take my medication today.
Go take your meds! Max!
Why does it have to pay for it?
Max!
Okay, give it the gamepad. Give it the, yeah.
Toby!
What? Why is it, what? It?
Meds! Now!
Why don't I have my no.
Meds!
No!
You are allowed to be pouty and whiny after you take your meds.
I don't need meds. I don't need meds.
Yes, you do.
I don't. I can play COD, Warzone. Oh. Yeah, we can do Cold War.
You can play taking your meds.
There's an Among Us game mode. Let's do. I wanna try.
You're not allowed to play games till you take your meds. I'm setting that rule. I'm gonna tattle. I'm gonna tattle on you.
You can tattle on anybody.
I will tattle on you.
You don't even know who I am.
I used to take medication for my ADD, ADHD, but after junior year of high school, I said no, and it made better due to the specific one I took made me a more quiet person. Yeah. I do know who is fronting with you. I just said your name. I'm not that stupid. I cleared up the
I
patches.
don't have Game Pass right now. No, because I don't have my money on
Learned how to
me.
control myself better as I got older. Also, the army didn't allow people with that, so that's true.
He's at work DJing. Fuck you.
What was it? What was the patch layout thing? Flag goes on the right side. On this side. With stars facing forward. So boop. Boop. Oh. Boop. There we go.
Oh, there he is. Bring the man back. Cody! Let's play game. Let's play gun game. Wanna play gun game? I wanna play gun game. I wanna play gun game. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Max. No, one of his alters in the headspace takes a specific medication in order to keep him more stable, and he's not taking them, and so I'm threatening to tattle on him, and he just doesn't give a fuck. Which I'm not surprised about, but I'm still disappointed. Hex code for USA flag.
Ah, 69 minutes. Bitch.
Oh my god, the red is F F F F F F F. Tell, you should play War Thunder.
I might have to play on my
That's the white.
account. Because, this one's not being really nice.
B2234.
I'll send it to the party chat and then I'll send it to you.
2234. Nope. Why did that not work? B22234. I missed a 2 somewhere. Boop. Wait, nope.
No, he's one of the OGs. He doesn't have one.
Go ahead, get rid of the rectangle
Oh, no,
here.
this is the Xbox name. Send it his username. Xbox. Wow! I'm gonna shoot you in the head. I'm gonna enjoy it. Bang.
I love how you finish that off with a little bang.
I'm a homicidal maniac. Nice to meet you. Can you tell me where you live?
Canada.
I need a ticket for that.
Then suffer.
I'm getting a car this year. I mean next year.
I have officially decided that anytime anyone asks me where I live on stream, I'm going to respond with a different place.
Okay. Sounds good.
So, today I live in Canada.
Hey, bitch.
3C3B6E. No. 3C3B6E. Ah, no.
I'm going to.
Toby is being a violent boy. You sure travel a lot. I sure as hell do. I live everywhere.
Mr. Bond? John Wick? Fucking. I don't know. Jean-Vic? Is he Russian now? Jean-Vic?
Jean-Vic?
Jean-Vic. It sounds like we're trying to think, like,
Make sure the flag is. Oh. Thank you. I'm not exactly the smart one here.
I can speak German.
Sorry, my phone crapped out. No, you're fine. You're fine. I appreciate you. Apparently, I'm not allowed to speak. I appreciate you helping make sure I get this accurate.
Brot und Wasser und du bist ein Mädchen und Frau und Mann und
Oi! Oi! Niet!
Gut schön.
Niet! Niet Russian! Niet!
Yeah, he has another.
Stop.
He bought the battle house. He bought the battle house. But then I play on his account. What did you say?
No more Russian, stop! Does that look like a rectangle or a square? I like a square. Make it shorter. And does it like line up all the way? Next to like Deutschland über alles? Yes, but he's not allowed to speak it! Shut up! Is it like properly like line up and shit? Or is it... Don't be mad! Okay, does it like... Okay, okay. Does this line up with like the top portion of this? Or does it like line up in the center? I'm looking at the picture that you sent me earlier, but I'm having a hard time figuring out because if you're saying that it's supposed to line up with the top and the edges, it's too small. The patch is too small. If you're a medic, doesn't the medic patch go on this side? So it's like, or is the medic patch on both sides? I think it's on both sides.
It's something that stays often.
Oh, so there is a little bit of gap on the sides, but very little. Okay, 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 okay. So it lines up at the top, but there's a very small gap on the sides.
Oh, Cody, I want to send. I want to send you something that is very accurate.
Medics don't have a patch.
It makes my brain go burr. It also gives me a giant headache, and that's why I need to take pain medicine at least just to help me out. You work at Burger King?
This is lining up
Can
very
I see you
poorly.
at Burger King? I want a Whopper.
Did you get a Whopper?
I got 2 Whoppers.
How is... What?
I don't know what's your hands, but I'm really happy
Breathe.
that you got me all that cotton candy because I remember that low blood sugar. He got me all the cotton candy because of my low blood sugar. Okay, goodbye. Blood pressure. Blood.
Usually on the vehicles. Oh. Tommy decided to pop in and make himself known. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper. Hamburger, cheeseburger, Big Mac, Whopper. Thank you. 3C, 3B,
Yes.
6E. I'm going to say something incredibly controversial, but I don't give a No! But I don't give a shit because I feel like it needs to be said. In the U.S. flag code, one of the few ways to disrespect the United States flag is to wear it. And yet our military wears the flag. What?
Adelaide. You're a Sagittarius.
No.
Sagittarius?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Sagittarius. You're wrong. With that.
The short version of Sagittarius is Sagittarius.
That is incorrect, actually. The short version of Sagittarius is not saggy titties.
This is when you know I need medication.
Clearly!
I know, I also need mental help, but guess what? I don't get that because I'm a broke bitch.
When they say it means an actual flag made into clothing. Yeah.
Therapy. I'm being stabbed to death. It's lovely.
Using a flag made for a flagpole into clothing. Little saggy titties.
You're very irritating. Punch me, I dare ya. I'm playing around with. Ah! I'm playing Clash Royale on my gun. On my digital screen on my gun.
I know there is an actual reason behind it. I'm not stupid. I'm just like, my brain was like, I was looking into flag code and I noticed that one of the ways to disrespect the flag was to wear it as clothing. And I'm like, wait a minute, well, people like sell like flag clothes all the time. Isn't that the military? So, flag code is in reference to actual flags only.
Hold on. I just said, did you know that my friend gave birth to children today? And you said, how old are they? They were just born today. Oh, like, they're adults, person. I don't know her age.
4,
And it's
5,
kind of rude to ask a woman
6.
her age. Well, I'm not gonna ask her.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, whoops, that's too close.
I was about to throw the baby.
9,
But I'm
10.
gonna keep myself from doing that.
3, 4, 5.
Drop this baby, see what happens.
Yo, you ever seen a ghost? I made a salad with craisins. Ah!
That's the exact sound I was actually trying to look for.
Unless it's your mother's birthday.
Nice.
You never ask how old a woman is unless it's your mother's birthday.
Yeah, I mean, it's reasonable. I'm sorry, but that's the one thing I learned from Jeff's episode.
$50 dots for instead of stars because I cannot make stars. Because the texture is too small.
Off your sweat glands.
I'm not going to make all. I am not making all 13 stripes. I'm sorry, but you can deal.
Wait, what would actually happen if you ate all the skin off of your sweat glands?
You would be uncomfortable. Unless my OCD is kicking in. I'm sorry! It would be so much better if I had my fucking...
I'm off my medication.
Supposed to show like an actual flag.
Cody, this is why. Hey, you agreed to date
Oh no, it is. It is facing forward. It is facing forward. The stars are facing forward, like you said.
You agreed to this. Are you guys not in the game anymore? Oh.
Yeah. It's only like, it doesn't look like it because you're focused on this and it's showing primarily the back. But yeah, this it is facing forward. I made sure.
Do you think eyeballs taste like grapes? Or just bloodier? And less
Max!
No, eyeballs, not balls.
But yeah,
Because like,
stars are
think
forward.
about it, they're squishy, and they're like little jello balls. And would they be like grapes? Would they be like grapes? That sounds interesting.
Oh. I really like this song.
I'm going to finish this game and then I can join. What the? Cry, I dare you.
The lines merged.
The only thing that can make me cry is thunder. Oh, there's thunder. The power might go up for me and I don't like that.
You have angered Zeus.
You know what? But Zeus is my cousin's uncle's dad.
With how many women he fucks, I wouldn't be surprised. Song request? I don't do song request because I have issues with DMCA claims. I don't... I'm sorry!
Cole!
Chill, it was a joke! God damn! Thanks for the follow, Rhodey.
Rudy, come follow us!
There, stars and stripes. 50 stars, not the correct amount of stripes, because I don't care. Yeah, no. You're getting excited about something, and I don't know what you're getting excited about, and that has me concerned.
I'm joining.
Now on this side, there's supposed to be another patch. I spent so much fucking time on that. I spent so much time on that one patch! Ah! For someone who's not even a patriot! Okay, the other one. Ah, the other one. There's a bug on my screen. Go away. It's supposed to be like a Y and then 3 stars. What is... So it's supposed... Stop it! Black thread and... like... yellowish green with the stars. Oh dear.
What's going on?
I'm getting intimidated. Don't worry.
Are you a bottom bit?
Actually, I have a really neat trick to make perfect circles. But the stars will not be perfect. Not sorry. Represents the 3 rivers in Tennessee. Oh, cool. Nifty. All the way up. All the way to the edge. Come on. Almost there. And the stars are the middle, east, and west. Ah. And then take it down a bit. Say about this color. Thought Toby didn't like anyone. He used to like someone. Bring it down. And yeah, it was like a Y shape.
Well,
What?
correction, I do.
You like someone? Who?
You should know who it is.
Clocky?
Yeah.
Is this the...
Oh my god. Ooh, is this the Among Us thing? Is this practically just murder?
I want
Stop!
you to kill her!
Because I cannot do stars at this level of detail. It will look like trash. I'm sorry, but dots are gonna be the best you're gonna get. I cannot do stars that tiny. Not without a pen. If you'd like, once my payment from Twitch goes through, I am going to be buying a replacement pen for my tablet. If you'd like, once I get that replacement pen, I can go through and I can fix the dots into proper stars. But for now, this is the best you can get because I cannot do that level of detail with a mouse. I hope that's okay. But yeah, I'm more than willing to fix it once I get a pen in. Because I know once I have a pen, it's not going to be that hard. Anywho. And that's the same reason you're actually not going to be getting any writing on the patches. Because I cannot put that level of detail into it. That's just not something I am capable of doing. Let me guess, getting the patch is good. Let me guess, getting the patch, like, as accurate as I did with the little squiggly lines is more than you were expecting anyway. Because you went, good luck with that one.
I was the double agent.
Then you have this, like, almost, like, arrow pointy thing. I don't know where that's supposed to go. Where is the, like, arrow pointy? Like, the...
I didn't see it. Because I'm dumb. Because I'm dumb. I am that dumb. I also wasn't paying attention.
Are you able to get onto, like, a phone editor and, like, just, like, circle where the things are supposed to be for me? Is that something you could do?
I'm paying attention now. I'm running away now.
Because, you said that there's supposed to be... I keep popping my fucking mic. You said that there's supposed to be 2 patches on the chest. I don't know where those are, like... There is the rank badge. I don't know where that one's supposed to go specifically. And the... Like, is that what you mean by the tank badge? The little pointy thing? Like, it has a curve up top and it curves down into a point? Like, it's a fucking, Hang on. That shape. Where is that supposed to go?
Oh, wait, he had a...
Because I don't know where that's supposed to go. Yes, doing that really was just that easy. That's why I'm not too worried about that shape.
Oh wait, that's right.
Oh, okay, that's like center front. That's not that bad. I thought that would be harder to find. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's just center front. Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah, Hey, Cody. We're friends, right? Mm-hmm. We were double agents together!
Don't pull down, please. Don't pull down, please. There we go.
Nice.
Want to get rid of that rounded bit. Get rid of the rounded bit, please. Stop being a bitch. Was being a bitch anyways. There we go.
But I am.
Also, I think I busted my lip because one bit is swollen than the other, but I can't see. Oh yeah, it is cut. Okay, never mind, it is busted. I take that back. Don't you love being so smart? Like as smart as me. Totally.
You are smart. You are very smart and talented.
I'm nice. I'm nice. I'm nice. I'm a nice person. I'm a nice person. We can be friends. Yeah, we can be friends.
Oh, by the way, I play VR chat on the Quest. Is there any way I can get the skin through there due to not knowing how to import skins on there? What I found works the best when trying to import skins is you have it connected to the PC version, import the skin onto the PC version, and then because your profiles are connected, you should be able to just access it from there.
Prospect has an odd number.
However, if that doesn't work for you, I just recommend looking up online tutorials. Look, now you have a dot.
2, 3. Hello, turn around. Hi. I'm 1. I know it looks suspicious. But listen. I'm a good guy.
Don't know how to import skins, I'll figure it out.
Go, go, go. Got it?
Well, the subreddit you found me from, you can actually like just ask for help there, and people will be more than willing to help you out or send you tutorials.
What? Gone. Oh. You've been quiet, so I didn't know what happened to you. Yeah, Fortnite, we about to get down, tone goes in the board right now, just right up to me, look down. My friends got down, I revived him, now we're still, never heading still bound, now the present park street, do, take me to your Xbox, no. Good, I hope you want to. I'm sorry. No, wait, I'm sorry. I didn't actually mean to be that mean.
There we go. Is that all the important stuff on the shirt? Because I still have the pants to do. And I am 2.5 hours into this. Is that all the important stuff on the shirt? Because I think that's it. I think I did pretty good.
That girl.
I want to slim it down though. Slim.
You want to take a breath? Sure.
Go ahead and pull that up.
I just realized something.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
I can just pull my.
And then the pants are like just camo, if I recall correctly. Yeah, they're just camo. They don't have any like important identifying features. Why would they? I think the pants are just camo, and yeah, the boots are just dirty brown. That's cool. That makes my life easy. I know there's definitely an easier way to do this. Like, I probably missed out on just doing a specific thing that would have made it so much easier, but I don't care. What was the... Fuck it, I don't care. Beep, beep. Okay, that brown, that green. Bop.
Is Xbox Series X.
The Navy has a name on the back of the pants, so they know. I really want to respond in like a like an appropriate way based off how my military friend speaks, but I feel like that would be very out of line and possibly very offensive. Oh, that is way too high. That's cool. I want to just... Nope, once again, way too high. I want to... Yeah? You don't see me. You're lying. No, you don't. How did you fly all the way out to Canada so quickly?
Because, you know, there's a secret highway from where I am to you.
There's a secret highway!
Secret teleportal.
Secret highway! Instead of secret tunnel. And the hair, honestly, make it look normal hair. Have fun with it, but not too crazy. I already did the hair thing. It has. Yeah. I made sure to give it bones. Don't worry, your hair has bones. Secret highway through the mountain.
It's actually through the ocean.
Through the ocean, yeah.
Did you know that we've only really explored 5% of the ocean, and I think that, like, eventually, like, oh wait, never mind.
Yeah, you told me that yesterday. I was just gonna let you go off, though.
No.
I have to go in a bit. Well, I'm almost done, so. So it's good. It's all good. Just fucking put himself down. Yeah. He does that a lot, actually. I'll get like excited to hear him like start rambling about something he's hyped about, and then he'll realize that he's already told me, and then he'll like drop the subject, and I'm like, no, I wanted to hear you talk about it, and he's like, no. I'm just sitting there like, but I wanted to hear. Yes, I do want to hear. I want to listen to you ramble.
Nobody likes hearing Dobie ramble. I don't like hearing myself ramble either. So
Hi, bestie. I'm nobody. Ramble to me. Wait, before you do, though. Ara, ara.
go away. I don't like that. It's weird.
I know, but my chat likes it. Medical check-in for my week. For my weakness, I'm doing pretty okay today. I'm a little bit tired, but you know, been there, done that. I have been having some trouble. Did you ever do stuff? Yeah. I have been having a bit of trouble standing for long periods of time, but walking I'm mostly okay. My heart rate, if you'll give me a second, I can actually take it. I'm getting so many notifications on Reddit, and I'm just ignoring all of them. I have to take my heart rate manually because I don't actually have anything that can do it for me.
What do you want? Huh? What do you want?
Where is my calculator? There it is. And my heart rate's actually a bit low for me right now, sitting right at 97 beats per minute. Because since I have some new people, just so you guys are aware, my heart rate normally sits like right around 115. It's just part of how my disability works. Does that put me at risk of heart attack? Yes, it does.
No, it has a +2 storage upgrade. Yeah. You said you'd rather get made fun of that. One nut man.
I'm going to get rid of get rid of the laces, the lace bows, because I don't want them there, because I've never liked how they look. Hey, chat is questioning why you just said one nut man.
One of the friends was saying something about he was joking around with something, and because of what's having to go on with his medical, he has to lose one of his testicles, and the other one actually produces 2 times more than like what it normally should, and so we were just saying one nut man.
For chat, if you couldn't hear that, one of his friends has a medical condition that's causing him to have to get rid of, his testicles, one of his testicles, but the other one produces twice as much, as the other one. Have to go, but alright, cool. See you in a bit. But the other one produces twice as much as is needed. So, he's going to be producing the same amount of semen, but with only one testicle. And so they're joking that he's just one nut man.
Or like what we were saying was like a times 2 storage upgrade.
Times 2 storage upgrade of nut.
Pretty much.
And chat is freaking out because they're asking if you did anything with Clocky because you said you did. Like anything sexual.
Right. Sure.
Did I erase part of the sleeves? Or is that just clipping? I think that's just clipping. Bitch, asexual my ass.
No, the thing is, she wanted, and so I just did. Went along with it.
Bestie, if you are on speaker, your entire voice is cutting out like 90% of the time. Yeah, no, I didn't erase any of the sleeve. It's just clipping. Which sucks. Back for a bit. I'm just now taking the pictures because I just finished up. I'm not happy
Hello?
with that one spot, but everything else I'm really happy with.
Hello?
Hello? I hear you better now.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, I put in my headset. So, she wanted to do it, and so I said okay because I had no idea what I was doing. I just followed her lead. She had fun. I didn't know what was going on, and I was confused the entire time. She had fun. So I guess win-win. Even though I was confused for like the entire time.
Rhodey, does this look good, or do you want me to go ahead and put on that undershirt? Because I can't really do a collar, but I can do a undershirt of either green or black, because I think those would be the best colors. And that, like, Art Pen, let me know. Yeah, of course. I'll go ahead and message you on Discord whenever I get it. Either Discord or Reddit, whichever. Probably both, honestly. But yeah. I'll absolutely do that. That's not a problem at all. The undershirt would be great. Do you want it to be just like a black or a green? Your choice. Because those are the two colors that would go best. Dark green. What I'm about to do is extremely cursed.
I want to see it.
Come on, stop.
He's a magic man. I've been downing soda all day.
Clearly!
Candy. And I'm on medication. I think
Clearly.
it's lovely.
I think you have problems.
I'm a killer. What do you expect?
Nope.
And, one, I'm not allowed to drink alcohol in the headspace. They won't let me, and I'd rather not. So does the next option. You know?
Why is this not showing up? There it is.
Is it on the back?
No, it was just too low.
pocket watch. Ooh. Ooh, I like the pocket watch.
I think going down to here would cover most visible areas.
Ooh. It did like clock die.
And this...
Hey, Cole.
Yeah?
I very much like the pocket watch.
I'm glad. Need to make sure it does get
It
bullshit.
reminds me of pocket watch.
This should cover all visible areas. Wait a minute, then was it showing up originally?
I
just have it
almost
too low.
hurt.
Yep. Okay.
I almost hurt Victor, and I hate myself for it.
Is Victor okay?
Yeah,
Then it's okay.
I almost hurt him.
But he's okay now.
I'm scared. I'm scared. He's not. Why is he not scared of me?
I don't wanna be friends. I don't wanna be friends. No, I don't wanna be friends. I want your loving, I want your... give me just a god damn it.
Stop.
Gotta turn down the thickness. No. Although, I can appreciate a good anime reference.
What?
The guy who's commissioning me made an anime reference in my chat. Don't worry about it.
Really?
Yep.
What's the reference? I might know it.
Yuri on Ice.
I want
Hara hara.
Oh, I love it! I love that anime!
The gay ice skating anime.
Yeah.
You like the gay ice skating anime?
We had a Yuri Plazetsky. We
Good?
actually did. What?
Are you good?
No.
Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah. Kinda. A little bit.
There. I'm gonna go in with a slightly darker green. And give it a collar. Because I'm cool like that.
I'm cool like that. I'm cool like that. I'm cool like that. I'm cool. Yeah, and chill like that. And chill like that. Chill like that. Yeah, and chill. I make good references to 90s music. Leave me alone.
You're fine. As long as you're having fun.
I'm laying my head on my dog and he doesn't seem to bother. Like, my head's just falling on her stomach.
Go ahead, give it a collar.
Hello, no dog.
No, it has a dark green collar. Because I'm cool like that. There we go. Ah! There you go. An undershirt. Are you happy? I'm willing to keep working on it if there's something you want me to change. Aside from, like, the stars and the name. And, I do have, this is just a setting I have. Yes, the eyes are following the camera. I have that set up to ensure that, if I, real quick, I very frequently, recolor these scaleras. Like, if you look at my character, one of the eyes, the scalera, the white part, is black. So, I have the eyes following the camera. So, when I turn the camera, I can check the scalera all the way around to ensure it's fully colored. What if you use the underlayer to fix the clipping? No, that's just how the how it can work sometimes. If I try to go in and fix that, if I try and go in and fix the clipping, it's going to mess with the shape of it whenever you do things like reach. It's best to just kind of ignore it. Because this is going to be used for, it's not going to be used for a VTuber model because it doesn't matter. Like my model, it also has clipping in the shoulders. It also has clipping in the shoulders like this because of the size of the shirt that I'm wearing. But because I'm a VTuber model, it doesn't matter. But if I were to if I were to try and fix the clipping, it would actually mess with the shape of it and make it look either way too bulky around the chest, or it would make it like clip into the make the waist clip into the body whenever you reach for something. I don't mind the clipping, but it's preferred that you have clipping only when your hands are like literally right at your sides, to if you have clipping whenever your arms are in the air. That's just a preferred like movement thing. If it really does bug you, I can go back in and change it. I can do the underlayer thing in order to fix that, but I cannot mess with the shape of the shirt. It's just how the shape works, unfortunately. I wish it didn't.
My old dog, if my old dog was a pit bull instead of a husky looking thing.
I can like try to... If I can like slim out some of the shoulder shit, it's probably not gonna let me. Coloring the underlayer? Yeah. Normally I put the sleeves right about here. And that minimizes a lot of the clipping. See? That minimizes a lot of it. But it's not perfect. And plus, I don't know if that small of, like, bulk on the arms is preferable. So I try to, like, balance how much is it going to clip versus how much is it going to fit the actual style that they're going for. I try to balance that evenly, but it's not exactly the easiest thing to do. And right now, I am choosing more clipping at the for the expense of the style. So, that being said, picture time. I get as per the. I was thinking about it actually. He did request that I make a model of him.
I did not.
More accurately, I said, "Do you want a model?" He said, "I don't want to make you busy." I said, "Do you want a model?" He said, "I don't like asking for things because it makes me feel like I'm mean."
He scared me.
And I said, "Do you want a model?" He's like, "I don't want to."
Money.
Like I said, the clipping will only show whenever your hands are right at your sides because of the shape of the hood. There is nothing I can do about that. I can go in and color the underlayer, but that's not really going to do anything considering your arms are not naturally... Like, if you look at how the walk animation is, real quick, the wrists are, like, literally brushing the waist. You don't walk like that normally. If you walk with your hands at least, like, a hand's width away from your hips, you'll be fine. And it's not going to cause any like physical sensations either. It's part of your model. It's not going to mess with the model. It's not going to like alter how comfortably it moves, because the movement is based on bones in the model itself. So there is a joint here, a bone here, a joint, bone, joint. So it's not even going to register that clipping. It's just a visual thing. If you want me to go in and do a underpart, I absolutely can and will. But just so you know, it's not going to cause any like serious issues. It's just a visual thing that happens with hoodies, unfortunately. That's perfect. My reception is bad at the moment, so Okay. Yeah. I'm going to try and slim down a little bit, make sure everything else is handled, and I will send it to you after I take my pictures. Because I have the right to 2 to 3 pictures to use for advertising. Part of the agreement. Toby, stop making baby noises and babbles. Let him babble. I'm gonna call for Al. Al! Al! There we go.
Oh, I'm. Hello?
Hi.
Hi. Sorry, Toby, don't give him that.
I assumed.
I'm sorry. He got his hands on the star.
I know.
Yeah. Picture, don't put that in your mouth! Take care, Victor. If he does take the star again, just call me. Yeah. Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm live. And that's why I was calling for you. Yeah, that's the best I can get with the clipping. It's not too bad. It could be a whole lot worse. But I went ahead, slimmed down the waist, slimmed down the arms, minimized the clipping. Unless you're, Max recently developed a couple very, very young littles in his system. And, one of them, he uses a, little, candy star in order to control who's fronting. And apparently one of the littles, took the candy star and tried to eat it. But it's not edible. It just looks like candy. That's why I just immediately started hollering for Al. I knew what was going on. It happens. Sometimes people take the front who you don't want it.
Sorry.
You're fine. Oh my god, I am absolutely getting the military model in a fighting position.
Hey, the elbows are actually in a good spot. Close. Shouldn't the fists be closer to the face though?
That was on the down movement.
I see the thingy on the screen on this computer over across the room, but I can't exactly hear it.
That's fine.
I can only hear you. That's because I think we left the computer on as like a viewing thing, but Max has it so we can't exactly see the chat, but we can just see only what's going on. You very much like the cooking.
See, that is some of the problem spots. Because they're just too close to the body. It happens. And see, his arm slightly forward, which is most likely what you're going to be doing when talking with your hands. No clipping. It's just bad hit detection. There is... Grumpy man is grumpy. Catch. The names of the files, if you're curious, are The Boy and Look at Him Go! Because I'm allowed to take a couple photos for advertising for myself. File... say... no. File, save... Commission 2... export... Come on. Now he T-posed on everyone. How do you feel? You're getting T-posed on by a member of our US military. Export. What did he say I wanted the name as? There was a name. He said he wanted specifically on it. John Doe. Okay. Just want to make sure I had that right. John Does, I guess. John Doe. And save this into the VRM model folder. Save. Okay, that's done. Cool, cool. I'm going to send those files. This one.
I'm very good at this stuff.
Look at him go, and the boy. Here's the product. There's a couple reasons as to why I do the pictures and stuff. Like, I take the time to do the pictures and the I take the time to actually do the pictures of the model and test the animation and the posing.
It's called being gaming. It's called being gaming. It's called being homosexual.
So the reasons that I do like the animation tests and stuff is I want to ensure that if there is any clipping, I can minimize that first off, and second off, I ensure that the model is of high enough quality for me to send out. If there's issues with the hair glitching into the face or into the body that I can fix, if there's a lack of collision that I can fix, whatever the case may be, I always test it with an animation. I always try to test that with an animation. I'm double checking that there was someone who said they were going to put in an order. And they haven't gotten back to me yet. Yeah. So yeah, that's everything. I'm going to go ahead and so, new things that I have done with this model that I've never done before, and I'm really proud of. I darkened the skin tone. I've never done that before. I've never messed with skin tone before. I completely darkened the skin tone and completely shaded and blushed the body using a fucking mouse. So, that part I am proud of. So I went ahead, I completely changed the skin tone for the first time. I've never done that before. And I'm really proud of how it came out. I did some good detail work, I did well on the neck and the hands, making sure everything blushed nicely. I'm really, really proud of that. And only other time I've ever done blushing on a body, I shit you not, is I used to customize dolls. Which this is just same shit, just on a computer. Used to customize dolls. So that was the first time I've ever completely changed the skin tone and shaded. Secondly, I learned a whole lot about the military today. I learned about how uniform code is supposed to look. I learned about, like, what specific patches mean. I never knew any of that before, which is really cool. I'm super happy that I learned that stuff. It's completely useless information to me, but I love learning useless information. And the last thing that I did that I'm really proud of is I figured out how to assign specific hairs bones, even if it's not moving right, like, fully correctly. This does have bones now, and it is actually moving with the rest of the head. It's most obvious right up here. These hairs up here can move individually. These ones obviously don't. And I also tried a short hairstyle, which I've never done that before. Is it what he requested? Not exactly, but I did my best, and I'm proud of doing my best. That is something I can take pride in. Aside from that, I'm happy with it. I also got to do pouty eyes, which I freaking love pouty eyes. So, because I have a request to do Toby both in chat and with Max, we're doing Tiki Toby next, chat. But before that, I'm gonna run an ad break, go use the restroom, and switch over to the proper thing for making Toby. So, I will see you all after the break.
trembling stand with an arrow in hand as he muttered a final goodbye.
Legend has it that the moss grows on the north side of the trees. Legend has it when the rains come down, all the worms come up to breathe. Legend has it when the sunbeams come, all the plants they eat them with their leaves. Legend has it that the world spins round on an axis of 23 degrees. But have you heard the story of the rabbit in the moon, or the cow that walked the planet while straddling the spoon, or she who left the mountains while whistling up a tune and swapped their songs with swallows while riding on a broom? Well, we can all learn things, but many and a few, from that old hunched up woman who lived inside a shoe, or the girl who sang by day and by night she ate his soup, or the man who drank too much and he got the brewer's truth. Now listen, all ye fair mister, how the moral goes. Nobody knew and nobody knows how the bubble was robbed of his twice 5 toes, or how the dawn came to own a luminous nose, or how the jumblies went to sea in a sieve that they rowed, and came to shore by the Chancalibo where the bone trees grow, where the Jabberwocky small green tentacles do flow, and the Grangle Wangle plays in the rain and the snow. But have you heard the story of the rabbit in the moon, or the cow that walked the planets while straddling the spoon, or she who left the mountains while whistling up a tune and swapped their songs with swallows while riding
Oh,
on a
sorry.
broom? Well, we can all learn things,
Oh,
but many and a few, from
Um,
that old
I,
hunched up
I,
woman
I,
who
I,
lived
I
inside a
found
shoe,
something,
or the girl who sang by day and by night she ate his
and
soup, or
I
the man
thought
who drank too
it
much
might
and
be
he got the brewer's
funny.
truth.
Funny. It was a TikTok, and I think it's kind of funny because it's kind of what was like going on earlier. Copy link. Go tonight. Can you watch this really quick?
Legend has it that the moss grows on
Oh,
the
okay.
north side of the trees.
I'm
Legend has
gonna.
it when the rains come down, all the worms come up to breathe. Legend has it when the sunbeams come, all the plants they
Does that mean you're technically painting your bones?
Legend has it that the world spins round on an axis of 23 degrees. But have you heard the story of the rabbit in the moon, or the cow that walked the planets while
Am I wrong?
straddling the spoon, or she who left the mountains while whistling up a tune and swapped their songs with swallows while riding on a broom?
If you're painting your nails, does that mean you're technically painting your bones?
And a view from that old hunched up woman who lived inside a shoe, or the girl who sang by day
It is
and by night
bones.
she ate his soup, or the man who drank too much and he got
It is
the brewer's
bones.
truth.
Your nails are not bones. Your nails are more akin to cartilage.
That's hard.
The stuff that makes your ear bendy.
You're painting your ears.
No. Time to make a Toby model.
You're not supposed to be making me a model.
Suffer. Um. I'm temporarily putting you in a dress. Deal with it.
Night.
What?
I'm with my friend, and so one of them is spacing out, and I said, one of my friends is making me a model, and I'm sad, and then they kind of jump back in without even realizing, and they just say, sex. No. And then the rest of them are just dying, and I'm sitting here like, that's a funny joke.
You're gonna have massive bags under your eyes.
Your ears are technically, like, yeah. So technically, and your ears are filled with cartilage. So technically, if you're painting your nails, does that mean that you're painting your ears?
No!
I can't speak, okay? It's cartilage.
There you go. Cartilage.
Something I'm probably not gonna want to go to.
He's being grump because I'm trying to focus on something and him, like, playing in the background is distracting. So I left the call. He's like, but I can just mute. I'm like, no, it's fine. I just left the call. Handled. There we go. There we go. It's not in a Hegel hoodie, it's a work of art. Let me know when my feelings stop. I'm just your Window to another world where he ended up lost and poor. I just don't wanna be a soft boy anymore. There we go. And eye highlights. No eye highlights for you. You don't get them. Oh, did my music stop? Yep. 'Cause it didn't loop it. No scaleras. No eye whites for you. Oh, that is actually horrifying. Thank you. I darken the whites of the eyes because I can. Type, 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 type. Yep. Max's so-called friends are yelling at him because they keep mimicking his tics and he keeps telling them to stop, and they're not. And so now he's getting yelled at. And so I'm going, oh, fucking course. He's like, are you mad at me? I'm like, no, I'm mad at them. Freckles for Toby. I don't like him going up that high. I thought he was in call. I left because I was trying to focus on talking at the time and he kept talking to someone else. So I left the call in order to be able to focus, and he kept asking me to come back, and I'm like, you have your fun. I needed to focus. I'm not angry at you. And of course, the second I fucking leave call, he starts getting yelled at by his shit for people friends. Out louder, they hear me now. On the crowd's dropping the sound, I'm hitting the ground, running up and coming. Look at you, dear. Ah! Fuck! My hand twitched. From nothing to something, I ain't bluffing. Got a full hand and a full plan. I ain't gonna stop till I make the top man. It's gonna work? Why is it not working? No. I know it's shit for people friends enough. Aww. Not working. Damn it. No. I know. Yeah, I know his shit for people friends well enough to know that this isn't a lie. They're just shit for people. So, I know it's not a lie. I know he's actually dealing with this shit. Shit for people friends or shit for people. I don't know why it's not letting me... Ah, there it is. Just buggy the first time. He said he promises to be quiet. You're allowed to speak. Chat's asking if you're okay. Let me guess, just shit for people friends being shit for people? I told you, chat, they're just shit for people. This wound is going to be a whole lot harder than I thought it was going to be. But that's okay. I like a challenge. It's just that what was distracting me was the fact that you were talking to other people while I was trying to talk. While I was trying to talk to chat, and so it was making it hard for me to focus. So yeah, that's all it was. You're fine. You didn't know. You're all right, really. You didn't know. I don't recommend watching my stream right now.
I'm not.
Good. Add a layer.
Al made me take my medicine earlier.
Good. You need your medicine, that's a good thing.
Right.
I plan on putting the mask over it later. But right now I want to do this. Because I definitely need practice on scars. Doesn't Ken and Toby just wear the mask anyway? Yes, he does. But, like I said, I need practice with gore anyway.
Miss my sister.
I know.
I ought to go get food really quickly.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, poor Toby. But we can't let him know that we actually care too much, because then he'll try to hide it, trying to make sure that no one worries about him. What he doesn't realize is that we're gonna worry regardless, but that's for him to find out in due time. Hey, got it. How come we don't? Because he's going to try to hide the fact that he's in pain in order to get people to stop worrying about him. He's going to try to tough it out on his own. Because he wants to prove that he doesn't need help. When he doesn't realize that you can ask for help and still be strong. Look at that. Nice score. Eh. Yes, all that was just for the gum line. He thinks he has to do everything 100% himself without asking for help. And we are trying to teach him that that's not the case. But in order to do that, we have to work within his world of rules. Which includes working around his broken mentality of, I have to do everything on my own, ever. Just have the wrong skin tone. That. And now, on, whoop. Make sure. Like that. This is going to be dried blood, so it's going to be darker. Ah. No. Okay, there we go. But yeah, in order to get through to him, we have to get through to him first on his level. Which means playing by his rules. No matter how much it hurts to do so. Welcome back. Why did he have to ask for food earlier? Because he's not used to being allowed to have food. So I've already mentioned a couple times that he is a fictive based on Tiki Toby. He, from his memories, whenever he had his, during his time with Slender, he was not allowed basic shit. I'm talking like, he would be given food and told, bring this to so-and-so. Hi, Tel, welcome in. He wasn't allowed to have his own privacy. He would be told that a room is his only for a couple days later he would have to give up his room for someone else, and he would be forced onto the couch. He never really had his own. So he's still getting used to the fact that he is allowed to have things now. So yeah, it's taking him some time to adjust, but we're working with him nice and slow. We're talking about why Toby asked if he was allowed to have food earlier. I'm doing good. I'm having fun making gore. I have not made gore in so long. You have no idea how refreshing it is to get back to my artistic roots like this. Especially with a character that was one of the few to actually inspire me to draw regularly. Good shit, good shit. Taking the kid a bit of time, yeah. He's probably back, just not saying anything. Look at that! That looks so good! Oh my god, that was so worth the work! That was so worth the work put into it! I didn't think it would come out that good. Oh, that was so worth the work. I can't wait till I can do like a whole bunch of detailed shit using my art pen. Oh, it's gonna look so good. I'm so hyped, chat. This is going to look so good whenever I'm able to do stuff like this regularly and easily. Because like I said, I'm still just using a mouse. This was done with nothing but a mouse and willpower. Detail! And I'm not even done. I still have hair to do. And an entire outfit. Also, you guys are going to be interested, you guys are going to be really freaked out about how I'm going to do the mask. Because it's going to look like I'm going crazy. I know that, but I know what I'm doing. I'm smart, chat. So I'm not gonna be able to have the hood up, but I will definitely be able to have the hood. A little concerned? Why are you concerned? What's up?
Uh-oh.
You're back. Chat was starting to get worried about you.
Oh, sorry. Ah, dog, come here. No, that's the roof. You stay with me until the other side.
So I want to show you something on stream that's probably going to unnerve you, but I am legitimately so fucking proud of it. So can you please look at stream?
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, take your time. Let me know whenever you're looking.
Okay. There.
Okay, yes, I know your hair is not green, but the contrast is going to make it easier for me to do the thing. However, I want to show you what I just spent the entire time you were gone working on, and I am so proud of how it came out. Gore warning.
No.
And if you look at the texture, it's actually see-through. Like, you're actually seeing into the mouth.
Oh, that's cool.
That's so cool! I worked so hard on it! I am so proud!
Can I make commentary?
Yes.
You made it smaller than what it looks like, and it makes me happy that it's smaller. I don't like how big it is for me, but I like that you made it like that. I like that. I really like that.
Yeah, I know it's a lot larger, and the reason I didn't make it larger was because I honestly, the space between the teeth is between 1 and 3 pixels wide.
Okay, that's fine.
So it was really hard to get that amount of detail, and if I were to make it any larger, I would have spent over like half an hour on it.
It's okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I just wanted to let you know that I know it's larger. There's a reason I didn't. And yes, I do know your hair isn't green, but I need the contrast to make it easier to see what I'm doing.
Okay.
I need a reference picture. Hang on. Who knows where we'll go over the deep blue below? I'm going to change your ear size because in all the art I'm seeing of you, your ears are covered.
Well, mine are kind of small.
There we go. Now I don't have to worry about it getting in the way. Don't laugh.
But I can't see them. I'm not on the stream anymore.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Gonna make it that a bit wider. Yep, that's perfect. I want the hairline to start right about, make the fringe long. fitting song to be playing.
Oh, oh,
Excited Bean is excited.
come here. Come here. Oh.
It's like a side swoosh and like a lot of fluff.
I have Fluffy. I have Fluffy here too. You're so cute and so tiny.
Who are you talking to?
Victor. Victor's Victor was sitting in his little well, not little. It's a giant beanbag that's for Al and the babies and for them to lay on and stuff. And Victor was just sitting there, and I turned around and he's just staring at me. And so I looked down at him and he reached his hands up and I picked him up.
Baby.
I don't know where Al went though.
Al's probably asleep.
Probably. She can't be walking yet though, so I think she took her cloud.
Cloud.
Or maybe the others helped her.
Probably. That one's more likely, actually.
Oh, did I tell you that Victor has like little fluffy like very like fluffy baby
Simply.
bird wings, but they're also like clouds?
Yep. 4 told me, actually. Aw, and didn't you want to be the one to tell? Did you want to be the one to tell us? I can act surprised if that makes you happy.
It doesn't. That's not how it works.
Yeah, it does.
No, it's not.
I'll act surprised for you if that's what you want.
Please don't.
Okay. Do you want to talk about the ocean?
Thank you.
I like listening to you talk about the ocean.
You know, that's the thing I like to talk about the most.
And I like listening to you talk about the ocean.
You're mean.
How am I mean?
You're very mean.
I want to listen to you talk about the ocean. How am I mean?
Cause you know that ocean is my favorite thing.
Chat, don't we want to listen to him talk about the ocean? Hang on, there's a stream delay. Toby is fronting for Max right now. And everyone is saying yes, we want to listen to you talk about the ocean.
I don't know what to talk about the ocean. Oh, give me a quiz.
No, you spelled it right. Simply says hi.
Hi.
What percentage of the ocean is filled with trash?
Let's see, that's I think maybe about. Hold on, I want to do. I think like. Wait, hold on. So, 5% was unexplored, so that means 10%.
Between 80 and 90% of the ocean is filled with trash.
No, but it's supposed to. Oh wait, 10% is the clean bit. What? Oh, I thought you said no trash. I
You're
thought
fine.
you said no trash.
What is the deepest point in the ocean?
Mariana Trench.
Yep. How deep does it go?
Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, Mount Everest is, and then we're able to make it down to that. Like, well, are we talking meters or?
Whichever. Both work.
About, like rounded to 11,000 feet or 11,000 meters, and then like 36-ish feet, 36,000-ish feet.
Yep. You just got embarrassed on live TV. Ooh. Be nice. Be nice, chat. Come on. He's very smart. I think you're smart, Toby.
Thank you.
Hey, Toby. What's your favorite ocean fact? What?
That. I'm trying to think. Choking on food, fun. I have to think about that.
Take your time. You're in no rush.
My favorite. I mean, something that's kind of well known by now is that there's still like around 95-ish kind of. There's 95%-ish that we haven't really discovered of the ocean yet. But I mean, that's kind of a really well-known fact, and I don't want that to be my favorite since it's well-known and it's.
No,
I
it can
think
be
it's
your
kind
favorite.
of overrated. That's what Max said. If things is a very well-known or something that's like really liked, it's kind of overrated. I'm learning
you're fine.
words from him.
Also, to answer your question, Colton, yeah, everything he talks about, he can't look up because he can't read or write. That is correct. He can read very barely, and can you write?
Mm-mm.
He can't write, though.
I'm trying. I'm very bad at it though.
That's fine. But yeah. So this is all just stuff that he just knows. He can't look it up.
I know the Mariana Trench is the deepest pit of the ocean so far, mainly because that was one of my favorite things to always learn about. And so I knew that thing by heart.
Hey Toby, what's your favorite color? Blue or green? Nice. Those are very good colors.
I like green a lot because it's like life and and I like the soft, not like the itchy grass, but like the soft grass that like you can lay in, and it actually feels really nice to lay in. That's kind of the grass I like. But that's green. I'm trying to think. Oh, Ben's green. Ben's green, and I like Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's cool.
Ben is cool.
He's my best friend.
Really?
Mhm.
Awesome. All right, here's another question on the ocean quiz. What is the largest ocean predator in history? Well, largest known, I should say. Yep. Would you like a hint?
Well, most people would say the megalodon, but it can't be that because I even know the dinosaurs are bigger than that.
Nope, it is the megalodon actually. The megalodon is the largest oceanic predator. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. The only thing that even compares to its size is the orca whale, and that is less than an eighth of its assumed size. It is the megalodon.
What about the dinosaurs?
I asked for the largest ocean predator, not on land. And even then, the megalodon.
Ocean dinosaurs. Ocean dinosaurs.
And even then, the megalodon still outweighs the largest known predator, being a T-Rex.
That's not the largest predator.
I'm not smart. Don't worry about it.
I know what the thing was. I'm trying to think. It looks like a ginormous, like alligator, but it's not an alligator, and it has like a thick body. You can velociraptor head, but then, I'm trying to think of the name.
Take your time. But yeah, everything that Toby has learned has been taught to him by other people. He's able to read barely, and he isn't able to write. So, that makes, like, what he knows a whole lot more impressive.
What?
The fact that you are able to remember all this information that most people, like, don't care to remember, and are able to talk correctly about it for such a long time is really impressive.
Oh. Thanks. Oh, the Mosasaurus! That's the one! Okay, so, because I remember, because I was going, so, I have, the dinosaurs, or, like, I'd say in the Jurassic period, in the Crustacean period, I have those kind of, like, in an alphabetical order kind of list in my head, and I was trying to go down it, and I was trying to see which one fit best, but I hung around the M's, because I know it started with an M, and it is. It's a Mosasaurus. It's supposed to, it was supposed to be like around 14 to 15 meters long, I think, maybe, and I think it was supposed to actually, even longer sometimes, like the juveniles are even like really small, and so, I think it was supposed to be longer than the megalodon, but I don't think the Megalodon has actually ever had recorded widths. But I can I don't remember. Maybe.
The Megalodon does not have any recorded size because there are no full fossils. But based off the partial fossils that we have, it's assumed that they can grow to be, absolutely fucking massive. But what doesn't make sense is the fact that they tried to use the orca whale in order to get a rough evolutionary estimate of what its size could be. But it's not related to the orca whale. It's more closely related, yeah, to the great white.
But the thing is, the reason why they might be basing it off. Sorry, I cut you off.
No, you're fine. I was just gonna finish my sentence with which doesn't make sense.
Oh. Well, I'm thinking. Well, obviously I wouldn't know, but off of the theories, I was thinking maybe like it might actually be because So you know how orcas are known to be called the killer whales?
Yeah.
They're supposed to be like brutal, like they're like the monsters of the ocean or whatever, and they will literally like sneak up on their food, play with it, beat it to death, and then just leave it. Like they won't even eat it. They'll, because I remember I heard a video once. I think I was watching it with Clocky before, but so it was like a video on the phone, and she was showing me when we were out once, and it was of this orca, and it snuck up on one of the seals, and then another orca came over, and the orca flung the seal into the air, and then the other orca went over and swam to it, and when the seal hit the water, the orca went down, dragged the seal underwater, and just swung it around like it was a rag doll. And then they threw it up into the air again. And then they just continued to beat the seal up, like non-stop. And then after they realized it was dead for like a while, where they were just beating up like a dead carcass, they left it.
Mm-hmm.
They are brutal creatures, but they're so cool.
I'm sorry, I'm just smiling really big because hearing you get all excited about this is making me happy.
I remember that.
Do I really want to do? Yes, I do want to do the rest of the head. Don't be lazy.
Be lazy.
Don't encourage me to be lazy. This is a model for you. I'm not gonna be lazy. VTuber models can get away with like a lot of laziness. For example, my model, you can't see this, but my model has almost no hair on the back of its head. I'm not kidding. Because, like, you guys aren't gonna see the back of my head. What the fuck does it matter? This man loves orca whales, goddamn. He loves the ocean. Toby just loves the ocean. He gets super excited whenever he gets to talk about the ocean. Especially whenever people are actually listening to him. Oh, that's a good question. What is the longest organism in the ocean? The longest.
Oh, I know this one. I know. Why am I raising my hand? I'm the only one here. Longest organism is, it's a very long word.
A what?
It's a very long word. But it was, I think it was just recently discovered, like a few, last year? Or a few months ago, maybe. It has a name. It's actually, you would think it's a jellyfish, but it's not. Because I know the jellyfish is like big.
They can be,
But
yeah.
there's another one. They actually held the longest one, like the longest name for like a long while until this thing was discovered. It's like a Sipho something.
Everyone in chat agrees that you are interesting to listen to talk to, and especially whenever you're talking about the ocean. We just like listening to you.
Oh, that's what it is. S- a s- a sino- a sino- Siph- Siphonophore. It's it's I think it can go up to like 150 feet, which is the longest recorded thing. Evan, can you type it in for me? I wanna send a picture, but I don't know how to spell it. Thank you.
Now, chat, here's the part where I do something that's gonna make me look psychotic, but it's fine. First, I want to put bones in the hair.
Okay.
Bones.
Look at your Discord. Seven helped me, but we found the picture. That was the very first recorded picture, or like the one that like blew up. Can you look at it? Can you look at it really quickly?
Hang on. Oh, whoa! Oh, that's so cool.
So that's a siphonophore. That's the thing that was named the longest marine organism on Earth so far. But I'm betting $100 that they're gonna probably find something longer, considering again that we really haven't explored the ocean much, and we know more of the freaking planetary universe nonsense up there instead of our own planet. So there's probably something even bigger down there. We don't know that because we haven't figured it. And like what I was saying on the call the other day, there's probably giant caverns and like caves and like even like in the mountain. Like I know there's like underwater like oceanic mountains under. And what if you go in and there's like ocean caves, kind of like in real life. You could probably go in those, and that could like lead off into different paths of like each cave. It'd be so cool.
That would be freaking cool, dude. Heck yeah.
Yeah, and then you could find so many different species. And what if there was just giant like open spaces under the under the volcanoes, like under the magma, under like the water volcanoes, under all the caverns, under all the caves. There's just giant spaces, and that's where like the big guys are just hanging out. Because again, the climate back then, where everything used to be big, it changed quite a bit now because, well, you know, life is weird. But there are probably like some I know are extinct, but some might not be. Some of them might have like been smart, and the ones that were in the water could have been like, oh, let's go down. Oh, it's nice down here. Let's go down. And guess what? They were right because the climate is probably so much more different under the water, especially in deep down. I'm taking a bite of food. Hold on.
Just so that I'm able to work on this. I'm gonna pull this out. So it's... Yeah! No, he's really fucking intelligent. Like we said, he cannot Google this shit. He just knows it. So, can we please get him some, like, fucking hugs, dude? Can we get him some pogs in chat? Because he's just that fucking cool.
I don't like hugs.
Alright, no contact for him. Can we get him some fucking pogs in the chat?
I can do high fives.
No, we are celebrating you because of how fucking smart you are, dude.
I'm not.
You are.
Not.
You are.
How?
Just trust me.
What's about all that ocean stuff? Anyone can know that stuff.
Really? Though? No.
But, yeah.
Mm-mm. The stuff you were talking about, I didn't learn till my junior year of high school by taking an elective oceanic course.
Oh, what?
I had to go out of my way to try and learn it, and I still only passed with a D. So no, it's really, really fucking hard. You should give yourself more credit.
Fun. That's all it is. It's just fun to learn.
That doesn't make you any less smart.
It's just a fun thing to learn.
Again, that doesn't make you any less smart. Toby, do you think that the people who invented fire knew how to read?
No.
Would you still consider them
Probably did
geniuses
it
of their
all
time?
Pretty much, but at the same time, it was probably just luck because if you think about it, they were really just hitting rocks and sticks together. Actually, no, just rocks. But I think they managed to actually pick up a bit of flint instead of a rock, but they didn't know that because they were human. And when they hit it, it started to make sparks. And whatever sticks or hay or grass around, it started to make sparks onto the fire. And when the fire hit, then they were like, oh, fire! What is this? We created something. Everything that's created is practically almost an accident.
Except for
But
milk.
At the same time, not.
Except for milk. You cannot convince me that milk was an accident. That's the best I can do for the mask, unfortunately. It's just going to be a solid thing. And then click this, and you have no mask. Click this, and you have mask. Boop, 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 boop. All the gore I spent so hard making look really nice, only for it to be hidden under 3 strands of hair. Actually, I'm gonna make it 4. But yeah, just because you're not book smart, do not devalue how intelligent you are. Because you are incredibly intelligent, Toby. I ate before stream! I ate before the stream. I did. I made sure I fucking ate. I did.
Yeah.
And why use hair as a mask when you have cloth texture? Because I do not have any masks textures that will actually stick to the face. This is the only way to make sure it sticks to the face. Hey Toby. What's the fish that's 5 million years old?
Metasprigana.
What?
Metasprigana.
You just have that memorized?
Yeah, and the full name of it is the Metasprigana walcauti. Walcauti.
And you claim you're not fucking intelligent. What is this?
Devin, don't look at me like that. I don't know how to spell it. I know what it sounds like though. It's Metasprigana walcauti. I don't know how that's spelled. Do you? Exactly, so screw you.
I'm gonna change the description of food then. I'll get food once I finish fixing the mask. We need to start a Toby is fucking intelligent fight.
No,
Because he is.
I don't want that.
Toby, crazy ocean fact!
There are more historic facts under the sea than there is in all the museums in the world.
That's fucking cool!
Yeah. Yeah. There are technically more historic artifacts that are buried, found, or just lost underwater than in any of the world's historic museums. Or any of the museums in general. Whatever artifacts they have in the ocean, there's quite a bit more. Even if you add all the museums together.
The Ocean 8 history. Colton's asking for another crazy ocean fact.
It's possible to actually find rivers and lakes beneath the ocean.
Wh-
Smiley face.
What? Chat! Chat, I broke it! Why? What would even cause this? What? How many islands are in the Pacific Ocean? Give a rough estimate.
Roughly around 25,000 islands.
You just know that!
Thank you. Yeah?
How?
As I remember it.
That's so freaking cool, dude. No! Why can you not get the top of the head? What are you doing? This one. Create bone group, please. Not all of them, though. What are you doing? Remove. Remove. What's the deepest oceanic cave system in the world? Remove.
Deepest ocean cave system?
Mm-hmm.
So many. I think. Doesn't it start with a V? I know it was a weird name. Like the Vario of Kina? Isn't that it? The Vario of Kina cave? That one's supposed to be deeper than like 2,000 meters. And it should run like 13,000, 14,000 meters. Yeah, it should be, right? That one always stumped me because I remember there were a lot of them that were close, but then there was always one, and I knew it was a weird name. So yeah, the Variovkina, Kina, Kina. I never knew how to pronounce it. It was weird. And there's two ways that they kept pronouncing it. But it's Variovkina. So Variovkina. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. The Variovkina cave. It runs around 2,000 or no, It runs for about 3,000, 14,000 meters, and then it's deeper than 2,000. I think it's like around like 2,200, 2,300. It's around there. Haven't checked. Can't check. Billy, wait! No! No! Wait! No! Hold on! It might not be the Verification, because I remember. Wait, yeah, there is. Oh, that was the one that I always got wrong. Okay, so. No, it is the Verification. No, it's not. Yes, it is. It is. It is.
Chat's saying you're right.
No, because I'm thinking it might. Wait. Maybe?
That fix it?
Yeah.
How much the fuck? That fucking fixed it.
Okay.
Of course it did.
Because I thought it was the Krubera, but I think it's the Verification. Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah.
Ooh. I cracked my neck real good. That was nice. Toby, why is the hood of your shirt a different color? Why is the hood blue but everything else brown? Why?
Well, it's brown, and then the sleeves are like many different shades of brown, and they're like stripes.
Almost
And
like
then
greenish,
The
yeah.
hood is blue. Yeah.
Why is the hood blue?
That's how it was made. I don't know. I didn't make it. I found it cool.
I'm confused.
I
You are now being asked to give 2 crazy facts.
The biggest mountain range in the entire world is underwater, and it's the mid-oceanic ridge. And then another one. I have to give 2.
Yep, 2.
The ocean's canyons that are underwater. Well, yeah, the canyons that are underwater in the ocean make the Grand Canyon seem very, very small. Like a toothpick compared to my hatchet. A toothpick compared to my hatchet. That's the comparison you can get. So, a pretty big comparison.
Hi, Carly. Welcome in.
I'm being questioned.
Yeah, but you're having a fun time talking about the ocean, aren't you?
Oh, actually, I have a really cool fact that I want to share with you. Did you know that the Pacific Ocean is actually wider than the moon itself?
Really?
Yeah. At its widest point from, I think, Indonesia to Colombia, the Pacific Ocean is wider than the moon by pretty much a lot. The expanse, I think the word is, of the ocean is around 12,300 miles across, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times the diameter of the moon. Yeah, because diameter is the thing that goes all the way through the circle, not the radius. So yeah, 5 times the diameter of the moon.
Just block him, love. Colton says, you're not supposed to be good at math. Joking. It's a joke.
I'm not. I'm very good with the circumference of circles, though, when it comes to like radius and diameter and stuff. That's something I can remember from. Yeah. I have a question.
I may have an answer.
Do you think Techno would think I'm cool if I know all this stuff?
Yeah. He's a huge history nut, so I think you will have fun going back and forth sharing facts.
I like history. History's cool.
The Variokina is the deepest ocean cave system on land, but it did specify it as oceanic, which the answer could be the Heranus Abyss for the deepest land cave system.
Oh. I was taught that it was both.
No, Heranic is considered a land one, not oceanic. No, it's supposed to be a bit darker than that.
Well, I guess I got it wrong. That's okay.
No, you had it right. The Variokina is the deepest. Oh no, Variokina is the deepest cave system on the land,
Yeah,
but
on land.
oceanic. Whoop! I misread it. I thought it was the other way around.
I was taught it's oceanic and land, so I was taught wrong then.
That's fine. It happens sometimes. And knowing how your brain works, you're probably expecting because you got something wrong, you're gonna get yelled at. Am I correct? Do me a favor. Take 2 fingers, slap yourself on the wrist. Gently. Just enough to sting. If you had a pain sensation.
I can't feel.
Like, have, like, from a 90, like, straight up and down to down at your wrist at, like, a 90-degree swing. Just that much.
Okay.
That is your punishment. That's all you get for being wrong. That's it. Yep, that's literally all. That's literally the entirety of your punishment for being wrong. That's it.
Okay.
Do you not believe me?
I do. Not used to it.
If you want, you can do it twice.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the only punishment you get for being wrong. That's it. Breathe, Toby. You're fine.
I'm breathing.
You're mildly panicked.
You don't know that.
You think something is coming and nothing is going to come, so I'm reminding you to breathe. He's used to getting, if he gets anything wrong at all, he is going to be, like, very violently and severely punished. That's what he's used to from his memories. So, he got his punishment. That's it. Normally Slender. Normally Slender's the one who fucking punished him. Like the shit lord he is. Slender's a shit. A lot of shit things, like the shit lord he is. Is he talking to himself about the ocean? I don't know, what are you talking about? What you talking about, Toby? You were talking to yourself a second ago. What were you saying?
Nothing.
Aw, but I want to hear you talk. We need to get you some picture books about the ocean.
I've seen some.
Would you like that? Would you like some picture books about the ocean? I think getting you some Christmas books about Christmas books. Some picture books about the ocean would be a good Christmas present.
Oh.
Have you ever celebrated Christmas?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Well, that's gonna be what your Christmas present is.
Oh, okay.
Does that sound nice?
I guess. Nice. Presents.
I know.
I don't know.
I cannot do straight lines.
7, that's an oarfish! 7, that's an oarfish!
Hey, Toby. Did you ever get new clothes when you got to the headspace?
I like mine up. I was forced to wear a sweater that I didn't like. It made me really uncomfortable. While you and Max tried to fix my sweater.
I'm a damn good seamstress.
My
I'm a damn good.
turtleneck and my jacket. But as soon as you guys finished, I took that back and I got rid of the sweater. I don't like the sweater.
Hmm. That's valid. Did I at least do a good job? Did I do a good job repairing it? Yeah? Or no?
Yeah, you did.
Cool. I'm glad. People in chat are asking how long the oarfish is.
I think.
Simple.
Well, normally I think they can grow up to 56 feet, but there was one that I think was like 650 feet, but I think that one was a lie. I couldn't remember. I think that one was a lie. I think the longest one, or like one of the biggest ones that was recorded, was 110 feet. Also, the pants that you guys gave me, I ruined them immediately, and I feel bad. But at least I have my black stuff.
Blue jeans!
Now. Black jeans.
Dark gray jeans.
I'll fight you. Agreeable.
Because it's a nicer color than black.
It is.
Like it's just a nicer color to look at than solid black. And what type of shoes? Why does everyone draw you from the torso up? It's white heel, white toe, and black everything else. Cool, cool, cool.
I wear the white half semicircle type of thing.
High Converse. Or high top Converse.
Yeah, high Converse. And then the middle bit is also white, but it's hard to tell because they're so dirty. I don't really take care of them. Also, Dave has burdened me with the fact that I have accidentally learned to memorize his entire song, and now I'm sad.
You have excellent memory.
I try. Some of my memory is really bad, some of my memory is really good. It really just depends on what my brain decides to call interesting or not. Because most things I'm not interested in, and I don't really learn that much. But, I mean, yeah. Like, I remembered your name, but wait, not that. Your birthday, but that I was actually interested in because I wanted to make sure I remembered. I can't even tell you what I wouldn't be interested in because I don't.
The way
I
bacteria.
don't remember.
The way bacteria grows.
That I can't. I'd have to figure that. I'd have to ask somebody.
Would you be interested in it?
Yeah.
What about the technical difficulties of bug and glitch hunting?
Nope.
The examples I'm giving are things I actually have had an interest in and learned about.
I.
I'm not offended. I'm not offended. I'm just sharing with you things that I find interesting that most people don't.
I'll listen and I'll remember for a good few weeks before I forget.
I appreciate it, but you don't have to. Most people don't care about that type of stuff. It's not interesting to them. They find it to be boring at best and annoying at worst. I'm used to people not caring. Unlike you.
It's not that I don't care, I do care. I struggle to remember when my brain decides to not pay attention.
You have people who 100% of the time will be interested in listening to you speak, i.e. me. I haven't had that up until very, very recently. So I'm used to people just kind of going, I'm not interested, and then dropping the topic. Or being told to just... Up until I met Carly and Z, no one cared. I would even get actively discouraged from speaking because I have my slight stutter and it annoys people.
What about Max?
Max and I haven't been doing voice calls up until really recently, too.
But he'd always stick around whenever you talk to him through texting, no?
Yeah, but it's one thing to talk through messaging and another thing to talk in, like, with your voice.
But so he doesn't count?
He counts now. He didn't before because, again, there's a difference between talking to someone with your voice and just over message. It's like the difference between talking to yourself in a mirror and talking to someone who's actually engaging with what you're saying. Big difference. Also feels different, too.
You're telling me.
Hi, Ryan. Welcome in.
Ow.
But it's not nearly as bad whenever I'm streaming because I'm in a situation where I feel comfortable to speak as long and as much as I want to. Because what are people going to do when they get annoyed with me? Say they're annoyed with me? Good, I'll just time them out or kick them. Whatever. Yeah, they'll leave. Okay, I'm not looking at viewer count anyway. Not gonna bug me. But, whenever it was in person, I would be yelled at for... That's a good question. Did you just feel pain, Toby?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I mean, that's kind of the
what I
point.
just asked. Why am I...
Are you good?
Oh. Okay, never mind. It's nothing to worry about.
If you say so.
It is just something that's been happening more commonly. It's fine.
Okay.
It is called Ratchet.
Oh. But yeah.
Like 6 or 7 of them all over my.
But yeah, I've been discouraged from speaking, told to stop talking. Like, people just generally don't like listening to me. Aside from, like, my streams.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, like, a really rare thing for people to like listening to me.
Listen.
Are you looking at the stream? Because if not, you should.
Okay. Oh. That's me!
It is you! I even got your shoes.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
You sure do walk.
That's so cool.
And now you run.
I do walk.
Your hair is kind of flippy up front, sorry. And that one isn't boned for some reason. Okay. But yeah, your hair does a flippy. Greeting. What? Buggy hair is buggy.
It's like the Japanese greeting. Like, arigato. Gomenasai. Oh. I go punch, punch.
But yeah, your hair is definitely buggy.
That's fine.
Flip. Oh, your hands don't touch, I guess.
Oh. I could actually do that flip.
Not in that body.
Not in this body.
You sure do lean, that's for sure.
What, Michael Jackson?
Now you're on the floor.
I died.
It's time for sleep.
I look like I'm about to get killed.
Is that a common pose of your victims?
Oh, no! The other one where I was on the floor.
You are ready.
I don't like that because my hands are not closer to my face where they should be.
Hi,
Oh, it's late.
I do take commissions. For models, I do $10 per model.
I take drawings. I do drawings.
Yep, and he does drawing commissions as well.
I'm very good at what I do.
If you want to whisper to me, I can send you my PayPal, and you can I can send you my PayPal, and if you pay like now, then I could do the whole model before I end stream. Though that would mean skipping out on story time.
Story time.
Look at how he waits. He waits so patiently.
I'm not patient. I tried to.
This. Yep, and any art you want is valuable enough to pay for unless you want to make it for yourself. I can absolutely
I can make that for you. I can make that for. I want to make. Wait, no, that's you.
You have to pay for it. Because we have commissions open.
I have commissions. I can't advertise properly.
Mm-hmm.
Me. Me?
That is the other person who is talking in call right now. He is the one who's offering to do the commission for you.
Hello. I haven't done art streams in a while, but I can totally do commission streams. Warning, I breathe into the mic a lot unintentionally.
You just need to move the mic.
I know. I didn't realize that through the first stream, so I hate it and I wanted to get rid of it, but I'm not allowed to.
This is more accurate to how you actually wait.
Yeah, just me constantly moving, me around my hoodie, walking back and forth, side to side.
Wiggly boy.
I can't stay still.
I love how this animation has a grand total of like less than a second of standing still.
I can't stand still.
He's not streaming right now, but you can commission him.
You can commission me.
You can either.
Whenever I do have commission. Oh.
No, you're fine. You can either commission him by starting off the transaction by whispering to his Twitch, or you could go through his stuff, find his Discord, join a server, and message him there. It's up to you.
You can also find my Instagram on there, and you can message me through there.
Yep, Instagram as well.
I'm very, very active on Instagram. Oh, and that's where you can find some of my reference stuff. My voice is just really raspy at the moment because raspy voice is common. Very common. I don't like doing that weird pose. Don't ever make me do that again.
That one?
The one that was like not the stretchy one, the before that.
How about this one? You are under my control.
I don't like this. I'm being. See, I don't have many decent encounters with the puppeteer, so this is not fun.
Look at the sass!
I don't get along with the puppeteer very often.
I'm just having fun messing with the posing.
I know.
Jump.
That's why I'm not complaining any more than just that.
Jump. Jump. Oh, and this one you're just short. See, it even has you going up on your tiptoes.
I'm not short. I am taller than most.
That is horrifying. Thank you. Thank you, Slide. That's for sure.
I'm not gonna be doing a stream tomorrow because we're going. Oh yeah, we're going out to an amusement park tomorrow. We're going to Busch Gardens, so I'm gonna get to go on a bunch of roller coasters.
Oh, super cool.
Max hates it, but I'm going. I'll go for him.
This is the most realistic way you'd respond to pain. Just Like, just taking the force of it and just not caring.
Yeah, I mean, what did you just do to me?
I attacked you. See?
Like, what's one look like?
Flop.
See, that's if you, like, just shove me. That's Ben shoving me. Angry little man. Angry little man. That is for sure.
You when I take your hatchet.
You when you judge me!
I head pat you and your response is "Ah!"
I don't like being.
Oh, that is horrifically out of character. Thank you.
You know, that's what. fans do. I'm going to cry now. Goodbye.
No, no, no. Look at this one actually. It's not. It's an animation that's not supposed to be looped the way it is, so it looks like it's jerking. But it kind of matches like if you were just having a like chill
like
tick
that.
day.
I don't like. That's me right now.
Oh God.
Also, did you realize that oh my God. I was gonna say, did you realize that I've gotten less stuttery, but then I got excited and I.
Yeah. Yeah.
Al has me doing this exercise where I'm able to like not get excited enough, and when I don't get excited, I don't stutter as much, and the medicine is helping a lot with no stuttering too. So even like normally, if I am just talking and I stutter a lot, it's because of the medicine. But the medicine is helping, and the exercise is helping.
Awesome. Hey. Hey, Toby.
I don't like that. I look like I'm trying to talk to Ben.
Are you calling Ben short?
Dude, he is a short.
You're telling secrets.
I am.
Now you're looking for something.
I'm probably just telling Sally secrets, because that's what I always do. I always tell something.
The last time I looked at this pose, my response straight up, I looked at my chat and I was like, because this was with a female model with very large booba, and I was like, she's requesting more booba. So here you are, requesting more booba. Go to sleep. You sleep now.
Thank you. I don't like sleeping.
Look, there's a stretch animation.
Oh. Stretch. Oh, psst. You're a cat now. Fetch dog.
Based off where the like first movement is, it looks like it's just a solid blow to the chest.
Yeah, it does.
Like the upper chest just beneath the collarbone. Cause your head goes back immediately after. That's what it looks like.
Mhm. Agreed.
I pose.
Can I be flipping someone off?
No, I pose.
Okay. Ow. I'm going to stab you.
Why? What have I done?
No, that's a gun. Thank you, though.
You sure do be ticking, that's for sure.
Oh, no, that's that. I want to shoot a can and see it explode.
That's a valid desire.
Also, I'm mad because I'll need to literally leave the room so that she can feed the picture, and I'm sad because I didn't. I want to kill someone because of that. But I'm not allowed to.
Indeed, you're not allowed. Nope, not Victor again, I don't think. Hello, hello. I am absolutely going to be using that for an art reference. Why does Toby?
Now I'm sad.
Toby really likes him.
That makes me worried.
What's up?
It's been He said he'd be home at 10. It's 11.
That is concerning.
He might be just staying with someone else though for the night.
That would make sense.
I feel like that one kid who's been waiting by the window all day during Christmas, constantly checking out the window for like a certain mail package to come in. No, that was actually us. Cause one year, we were waiting for a certain game to come out once we first got the PlayStation, and we got Little Big Planet. You know, the little game with the like the sack puppet thing,
Yeah.
the rag dolls.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Sack Boys. And we sat by the window all day watching that mailbox, and we'd keep checking, like, over and over, like, is it here yet? No? Okay. Is it here yet? No. Okay. But I'm just waiting for that parking spot to be filled. I keep watching that parking spot.
Do you want to tell chat while you keep talking about Victor? They're curious, Toby.
Yeah.
You're like,
My little brother. He's my little brother, and Asiri's my little sister. I love them both very much, but I think I have a favorite. Al is okay with me having a favorite though, because she likes having Asiri with Four, because Four has a huge liking to Asiri. Al doesn't have a favorite, and I don't think Val has one.
nope. Val doesn't.
Nope.
I am also using that.
I think
As an art reference. Yep. Toby just referred to Al as mom.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
I did.
You did. You did.
I didn't.
You did.
Didn't.
You did.
Stop. Not.
I have VOD proof.
I am not. I am incoherent. Thank you, Seven. I was gonna say I'm not hearable.
Not hearable?
Then not hearable because you. Exactly.
So, I do have good news, chap.
Seven said he was incoherent.
I do have good news, chat. It's story time. I'm gonna go ahead, roll an ad. During that ad break, get my stuff put together. Then we're gonna read chapters 2 and 3 of the Furies. So? I'm gonna run that ad break. Be right back with the story.
Can I go get a drink really quickly?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Alright, chat. Are we ready? Hopefully there's gonna be less mic bumping this time, but I can't promise anything.
You didn't bump it as much.
I bumped it a lot last time.
Oh, I guess I didn't notice. I'm dumb.
Flipping over to chapter 2 real quick because I'm not smart enough to bookmark shit. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead, switch over the music to something more calming, because that's what I like doing for this stuff. There we go. And I'm gonna turn off the AC so that the mic quality is better. I just nearly gave myself a paper cut reaching for my microphone. I'm so smart. Chapter 2. The hotel was shabbier than John expected. Bushwick was a neighborhood in transition, with trendy restaurants and clubs on the western end and seedy tenements to the east. The Evergreen Inn was closer to the eastern section. As John drove down Evergreen Avenue, he saw dark, vacant lots and boarded-up storefronts sprayed with graffiti. It wasn't as bad as North Philly, but it didn't look too safe. The hotel itself was an old, weather-beaten row house with a small neon sign over the entrance and a bunch of shifty teenagers loitering on the sidewalk outside. The kids stared at John's car, a battered 2003 Kia, as he pulled up to the curb. It's a good thing he drove a shit heap, he thought. The car was hardly worth stealing. John shut off the engine and turned to Ariel. "All right if I walk you inside?" She didn't say anything. Instead, she just smiled and reached for his hand. John's heart pounded against his breastbone. He knew what was going to happen next. Eager as a schoolboy, he escorted her to the hotel's entrance. One of the teenagers whistled at Ariel as she and John walked by. They stepped into the Evergreen Inn and rushed past the night clerk, a scruffy, bearded dude who was reading the New York Post behind his desk. He looked up from his paper and grunted, "Good night," and when they bolted up to the then they bolted up the narrow staircase. Ariel was still holding John's hand. When they reached the third floor, she let go of him and reached for her purse for the key to room 302. She opened the door and they stepped inside. They were in each other's arms as soon as the door closed behind them. John had to lower his head to kiss her, and though he stayed on his feet, he felt like he was falling. Ariel's lips tasted of salt and white wine. She shivered in his arms, her shoulder muscles trembling under the thin silk of her blouse. The only sound in the room was the whisper of her breath, which mingled with his own. After a minute or two, they pulled apart. Ariel reached behind her and hit the light switch, and John surveyed the room. It was small, but clean. A queen-size bed took up most of the floor space, and behind it was a window with dark gray curtains. There was a night table next to the bed, and a big ceramic lamp with a yellow shade, and no chairs, no TV. Ariel took his hands again and led him to the bed, which had a cherry blue cover and 2 large pillows. There was nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do. She slipped off her shoes as they sat on the edge of the bed. Then she looked John in the eyes and squeezed his hand. "Are you okay with this?" she asked. Amazing, he thought. She was 10 years younger than him, and she was asking if he was okay. "Oh, I'm more than okay with it. I'm freaking ecstatic. You're wonderful, you know that?" He lifted her hand and kissed her smooth knuckles. "But what about you? How do you feel?" "I don't do this very often. Almost never, in fact. I guess you made a big impression on me." She reached for the lapels of his jacket and peeled them over his shoulder. John wriggled his arms out of the sleeves and let the thing drop to the carpet. "I feel the same way," he said. "I was bowled over the minute I saw you. I didn't think I had a chance." "Why not?" She grasped the knot of his tie and loosened it. "You're so beautiful and smart. I'm just a regular guy." "Don't sell yourself short, John Rogers." She undid his tie and threw it across the room. Then she started unbuttoning his shirt. "You're special. Don't ever forget that. You're 1 in a million. I'm going to skip over the I'm going to skip over part of this for reasons. I'm pretty sure you can guess what happens, but TOS.
You're mean.
No. Right as they, I'm picking up right as what you think is about to happen, like right before they start doing the sex thing. And started to guide him inside her. Then he heard the gunshot. It came from the corridor outside the door to their room. The noise was muffled by some kind of silencer. It sounded more like a snap than a boom, but it was unmistakable. John's reaction to the sound was automatic. He pushed Ariel off the bed and they both hit the floor. Another shot echoed in the corridor. Keeping his head low, John picked up his boxer shorts from the carpet and pulled them back on. He'd heard lots of gunfire when he was a soldier for the Disciples, but silencers were unusual. The only people who used them were the Italian guys in the South Philly gangs, the mafia types. As he scrambled into his pants and grabbed his shoes, he noticed that Ariel was putting on her panties. The girl wasn't screaming or crying. She moved quickly and silently, staying low as she slipped into her blouse and skirt. Then she opened her purse, which was also on the floor, and pulled out a Glock semi-automatic pistol. That sight was even more startling than the gunshots.
Oh God.
John felt a jolt of alarm. For a second he thought Ariel was going to shoot him, but instead she took cover behind the night table and aimed her Glock at the door. "Stay down," she whispered. "I'll take care of this." Jesus, what's going on? "I'm sorry, John. I put you in danger." "Are you a cop? Is that it?" "No, I'm not. Just be quiet now, okay?" While he struggled to make sense of things, if Ariel wasn't a cop, then what the hell was she? 3 more gunshots sounded in the corridor. Then the door burst open, its flimsy frame splintering, and a man holding a pistol staggered into the room. But he didn't fire at them. He stayed close to the doorway and flattened himself against the wall, as if taking cover from a shooter in the alleyway. A moment later, he reached around the broken doorframe to fire at his pursuer. He carried a Glock too and held it expertly, keeping the gun steady as he pulled the trigger. John recognized the man. He was one of the 2 brawny guys who'd accompanied Ariel in the bar in Greenwich Village. Judging from the way he handled his Glock, John guessed he didn't really work on the Wall Street. He moved like a special forces soldier or a paramilitary bodyguard, someone with plenty of training in firearms, but why would Ariel need a bodyguard? The man fired again down the hall, then he swung his head around towards Ariel and pointed at the window behind the bed. "You can get out the fire escape," he whispered. "I'll hold them off from here." "Who are they?" Ariel asked. Her voice was calm, which was pretty remarkable considering the circumstances. "Sullivan's men, at least a dozen." John had seen enough. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his cell phone and started to dial 911. "I'm calling the cops," he said. "I don't know who you are or what you're—" Ariel snatched the phone out of his hand and flung it against the wall. The look on her face was pure curiosity. "The police won't get here in time. Do you want to stay alive?" Another barrage of gunfire erupted in the corridor, and the bullets slammed into the door frame. Ariel's bodyguard lurched to the side, raising his arms to shield himself from the flying splinters. John realized in that instant that he was in the middle of a gang war. These gangs were different from the ones he knew. The Disciples, the Bloods, the Latin Kings, but the violence and viciousness were the same. Ariel dashed towards the window behind the bed and parted the curtains. She unlatched the window and gripped the handle to slide it open, but the thing wouldn't budge. Her face reddened and she strained against it. "It's stuck!" John lifted the ceramic lamp from the night table. He had some experience making quick escapes from row houses. "Get out of the way!" he shouted. As Ariel stepped back, he swung the lamp against the window. The glass broke into 1,000 pieces that clattered on the rusty bars of the fire escape. John used the lamp's heavy base to pulverize the shards remaining in the window frame, then poked his head outside. He heard some distant scuffling noises, but the dark alley behind the row house was deserted. He glanced over his shoulder at Ariel. "It's clear. Let's go." At the same moment, the gunfire in the corridor intensified. Several shooters in the other gang war were firing at once. Some of the bullets whizzed through the doorway. The bodyguard clutched his stomach and crumpled to the floor. Ariel shouted, "Richard!" and took a step toward him, but after half a second she stopped herself. Keeping her Glock pointed at the doorway, she went into her purse and pulled something out. A small notebook with a frayed leather cover. She tucked it into the waistband of her skirt, then draped the hem of her blouse over the thing to hide it. Then she raced towards John, who'd already stepped onto the fireplace. She reached for Ariel and helped her clamber through the window frame, praying that she wouldn't cut her bare feet on the broken glass. As soon as she was on the fire escape, he pushed her towards the rusty steps that went upward. It was always better to go up than down, and John had learned if you make it to the roof, you can cross over any of the neighboring row houses, giving you dozens of possible escape routes and hiding places. It was a lot safer than descending to the street, where he'd be an easy target for anyone shooting from the window. They came under fire from just below as they reached the 5th floor. Luckily, their pursuers had to shoot upward, which was awkward, and the bars of the fire escape deflected their shots. A moment later, though, John heard footsteps echoing in the alley behind the row house. The other gang was surrounding the building. Their soldiers might be on the roof already. He and Ariel pounded up the steps of the fire escape as fast as they could, but when they reached the top, they saw the silhouette of a tall figure looming over them. Ariel aimed her Glock at the edge of the roof, but the tall man jumped backwards. "Don't shoot!" he called. "It's me!" "Hal?" Ariel dashed up to the roof, and John followed right behind. The tall man he saw was the other brawny guy from the bar, Ariel's second bodyguard. This man carried an assault rifle, an M4 carbine, and it wasn't a civilian copycat of the gun either. It was a fully automatic military version. John had seen plenty of them during his brief stint in the army. The bodyguard lowered his rifle as Ariel came towards him. "Where's Richard?" he asked. Ariel shook her head. "Lost." Hal had nothing in response. But after a second, he returned to the edge of the roof and crouched behind the low wall there, pointing the barrel of his rifle over the wall. He took careful aim and pulled the trigger, and he chose another target and pulled the trigger again. His rifle had a silencer attached to the muzzle. The gun was quiet enough that they could hear his victims falling to the pavement. He fired 6 shots into the alley behind the row house, then 4 more at the soldiers climbing the fire escape. His face was blank as he sighted his targets through the rifle's scope. He was a professional, cold and efficient. Sean was familiar with the type, and every gang in North Philly had at least a couple of seasoned killers in its ranks. They were scary as hell, even when they were on your side. Meanwhile, Ariel took cover behind one of the rooftop vents, a rectangular steel unit about 4 feet tall. Holding her Glock in both hands, she scanned the roof of the neighboring buildings, obviously searching for the best escape route. John, who was crouched behind a similar vent on the other side of the roof, did the same. There were nearly a dozen row houses running down the length of the block, and each roof had an emergency exit door that led to the building's stairwell. Most of the doors were probably locked, but John was willing to bet that 1 or 2 had been propped open by the locals. The best strategy, he decided, was to cross over to one of the buildings to start trying all the doors. He was going to suggest this idea to Ariel, but before he could stand up and scurry to her position, the door to the nearest stairwell flew open. 3 men with their own assault rifles rushed outside and sprayed bullets across the rooftop. Hal had spun around as soon as he heard the noise, but he was completely exposed to the barrage. 1 bullet hit him in the thigh, another in the stomach, another in the chest. Before he collapsed, he managed to point his rifle at one of the attackers and blast off the top of his skull. In that same instance, Ariel rose from her hiding place behind the vent and fired her Glock at another gunman, stopping him with a shot that ripped through his neck. The third guy, however, was fast and aggressive, a thug with a shaved head and a spiderweb tattoo on his face. He ran towards Ariel, firing his rifle like mad, and one of the bullets clipped her right shoulder before she could duck. She dropped her Glock and fell on her side, sprawling a couple yards behind the vent. The thug raced towards her, coming in for the kill, but now John was in motion too, leaving his own hiding place and charging across the rooftop at a high speed. Although John didn't have a gun, he had the advantage of surprise, and the thug didn't see him coming from the other side of the roof, and he couldn't hear anything either besides that he was still blasting away with his rifle. When the bastard reached the vent, he fired another burst at Ariel, hitting her bare legs and making her scream, but as he pointed the gun at her torso, ready to finish her off, John tackled him from behind. He knocked the thug down and shoved his face into the tar and grit of the rooftop. The assault rifle was trapped underneath the guy's torso, and John didn't have a chance to use it. He knelt on the thug's back and pounded his head over and over, pummeling him into unconsciousness. John hadn't beaten anyone like this in almost 10 years, but it all came back to him in a second. This was his specialty when he ran with the disciples, giving a beat down to anyone who stole from the gang's drug crews. It never bothered him back then, but now he felt sick as he hammered the thug's skull. His stomach rolled and his knuckles ached. Once he was sure the bastard was out cold, he rushed over to Ariel. Her shoulder wasn't so bad. The bullet had just grazed her there, but her legs were bleeding from deep wounds in her calves and thighs. He needed to get her to an emergency room, fast. Bending over, he slid one arm under her back and the other under her blood-spattered knees. Ariel let out a gasp as he lifted her. She writhed in his arms and carried her across the roof. The old frayed notebook slipped out of the waistband of her skirt, but despite the pain, she grabbed the thing and clutched it against her chest. Although the doors to the row house's stairwell stood wide open, John ran past it. More thugs might still be in the building. It would be safer to try one of the other row houses on the block. He lugged Ariel to the roof of the neighboring building, but the emergency exit door there was locked, and so was the door on the roof of the next row house. On the roof of the third building, though, the door was ajar. John dashed inside and went down the steps, trying not to juggle Ariel too much. This row house was an ordinary apartment building rather than a hotel. Once John reached the ground floor, he peered through a small glass square near the top of the building's front door. In the sidewalk in front of the Evergreen Inn was empty now. The loitering teenagers must have run off when they heard the gunfire. John's Kia was parked just 20 yards away, sitting in the circle of darkness under a broken streetlight. He looked up and down Evergreen Avenue, searching for signs of movement. Although he didn't see anyone, he was still plenty worried. One of the soldiers from the other gangs could be hiding in a doorway or behind one of the parked cars, and if the asshole had a gun, he could pop them in a second, but John had no choice. He had to make a run for it. He had his grip on Ariel, whose eyes were closed now. He threw his shoulder against the door and hurtled outside. He bent low, keeping his head down as he raced towards the car. 20 yards. Just 20 yards. He was halfway there in a couple of seconds. He pressed the unlock button on his car keys and his Kia hazard lights flashed yellow in the darkness. He was diving for the back door on the driver's side when he heard the first gunshots. The bullets ripped through the air just above his head, but he didn't stop. He didn't hesitate for a moment. He opened the door and threw Ariel in the back seat. She might have yelled, she might have screamed, but he couldn't hear her because he had already slammed the door shut and jumped into the driver's seat. He started the engine as another barrage smashed into the back of his car, the bullets thunking into the trunk and the rear fender, but an instant later he was barreling down Evergreen Avenue, his foot stomping on the accelerator, 0 to 60 in 7 seconds. He made a sharp, shrieking left turn onto Halsey Avenue, then blew through 3 red lights and made a right on Howard Avenue. John drove like a madman, making left and right turns every couple of blocks. He didn't slow down until they were miles away from Bushwick, and he was certain that no one was following. They were an industrial part of Brooklyn now, surrounded by warehouses. John was hopelessly lost, but up ahead he saw a square blue sign with an H on it and an arrow pointing left. They were close to a hospital. He looked in the rearview mirror. Ariel lay on her side, half on and half off the back seat. She was motionless and her face was very pale. John couldn't tell if she was breathing. "Ariel!" he shouted. "Ariel!" She glanced at her legs, but couldn't bear to look at them. The Kia's back seat was slick with her blood. John considered trying to bandage the bullet wounds, but he knew nothing about first aid. Better to get her to the hospital as quickly as possible. He turned left at the side and hit the gas. "Just hang on," he shouted at the back seat. "I'm taking you to the emergency room. We'll be there in 2 minutes." John wasn't expecting a response, but Ariel opened her eyes and spoke in a loud, commanding voice. "Stop the car!" His chest tightened. She was alive. "No, look, we're going to the— I said, stop the car!" Ariel sat upright, grimacing in pain. She lifted her right arm and pointed at him. "Stop right now, or I'll throw myself out the door!" Bewildered, John hit the brake. She looked over his shoulder as the car lurched to a halt. "Ariel, this is crazy! We have to— You saw what they tried to do." Gasping, she struggled to get the words out. "They're determined to kill me. If we go to the hospital, they'll find us there. They'll finish me off." "Then let's call the cops. We'll tell them what happened, and they'll come to the emergency room. No one's gonna hurt you if there's cops in the room." She grimaced again, squeezing her eyes shut. John was amazed she could stay conscious, much less talk to him. She still clutched her old brown notebook against her chest. "No, that won't work. I can't explain right now, but you have to believe me." John shook his head. "Well, what do you want me to do? I can't just let you bleed to death." "Then get back here and help me stop the bleeding." "I'm not a doctor. I don't know how to help you." Ariel's eyelids fluttered, and for a moment it looked like she was going to pass out again. She bit her lower lip and managed to hang on. "Don't worry. I'll tell you what to do." End of chapter 2. I legitimately, whenever I made that skip, skipped less than half a page.
My god.
That's how quickly the action kicked up. You can tell that this was written by a man.
What do you mean by that?
Statement.
What do you mean?
Statement.
No, I
It's focusing on the nonsensical details and shit. Anyway. Chapter 3. 2 hours later, John drove across this Betsy Ross Bridge. Delaware River was coal black under the 2 a.m. sky. Skyscrapers where downtown Philly stood on the horizon about 6 miles to the southwest, still glittering even at this hour of night. But John didn't plan to go out that far. Kensington was 2 miles closer, a patchwork of dark streets behind the downtown and the river. He looked in the rearview mirror for what must have been the 100th time. Ariel was still asleep. If he listened carefully, he could hear her breathing. She drifted off soon after they left Brooklyn, but after John bandaged her legs using strips of fabric torn from her blouse, it was a fitful sleep, but because she was in terrible pain. She moaned and whimpered, occasionally spoke a few delirious words. She cried out, "Mother, help me," a couple times, and once she mumbled a sentence that sounded like poetry. It was pretty strange stuff, but everything about Ariel was strange. Most likely explanation, John thought, was that she was connected to the mafia, was the daughter of some powerful mob boss maybe, or maybe she was the boss's young wife, but she was fooling around on the side. Maybe she decided to go out and have some fun tonight, so she took her bodyguards to a bar in Greenwick Village and started looking for a playmate. But her husband figured out what was going on and sent his soldiers to the hotel in Brushwick to punish her and the bodyguards. That would explain the viciousness of the attack, and also why Ariel refused to go to the police or the hospital. But it couldn't explain her behavior during the assault, her coolness under fire. Could your average mob boss wife handle a Glock as well as Ariel could? Or give instructions on how to bandage a bullet wound? And what about the notebook she still clutched against her chest while she slept? What was that all about? John let out a long, tired breath. It didn't make sense. If he were acting rationally, he'd deliver Ariel to the nearest emergency room, whether she liked it or not, but John wasn't rational. All his life he'd made choices with his heart, not his head. Although he just met Ariel, he was powerfully attracted to her. Part of it was sexual attraction, sure, but the sexiest thing about her was that she'd made him feel good about himself. She'd seemed to see something admirable in him, something rare and fine, and her regard for him, her belief in his goodness, had an enormous effect. Even though Ariel had nearly gotten him killed, he was ready to do anything for her. He just wanted to justify her faith in him. After crossing the bridge and driving 3 miles across the Delaware River, John got off the highway at the Giryard Avenue exit. It was a wide street lined with fast food joints and car repair shops, but as he drove closer to Kensington, the commercial establishments grew scarce. By the time he turned right on Front Street, which ran under the tracks of an elevated train line, the only activity he saw was drug dealing. It was late, even for the dealers, but the cars were still coming from the suburbs and stopping at the street corners. The customers were most likely teenagers, white kids with money, hoping to score some coke or pot and then get the hell out of Philadelphia. Corner crews were also teenagers, but most likely black or Latino or some mix of the two. Swiftly and efficiently, they kept the line of cars moving along. One kid took the money, another kid ran the stash house, another delivered the drugs, and kept a lookout for the cops. Every 10 minutes or so, an older kid in his late teens or early 20s would come around the corner and observe the whole operation, making sure that no one in the crew was slipping any cash into his pockets. That had been John's job when he ran with the disciples. The thug, the enforcer. He got into the business the same way all the other kids did. At the age of 9, he started hanging out at the corners and getting to know the people who worked there. He did a few odd jobs for them, getting paid $20 a night to work as a lookout or a decoy. All his friends were doing the same thing, so he didn't take it too seriously. It was just an easy way to make some money. His real ambition in life was to become a pitcher for the Phillies. He had a good throwing arm. His mom knew what he did at night, but she couldn't stop him. Although her intentions were good, her life had been full of disappointment. She had bad luck with men, starting with John's father, who'd walked out on her as soon as she got pregnant. She'd had bad luck at work, too, drifting from one shitty waitressing job to another. And when John was 13 and he got hit with the shittiest piece of luck yet, a fist-sized tumor in her abdomen. The doctors cut it out and put her on chemotherapy, but she died a year later and John got sent to a foster home. He didn't stay there long, though. Within a few months, he was working full-time for the Disciples. His corner was Front Street in Somerset. He started dealing there at the age of 14 and didn't leave until he was 23. For the drug business, it was a spectacularly long run. Most kids got killed or sent to prison long before they reached the 5-year mark. But John was good at the job. He had a knack for sensing things ahead of time. When the cops were going to crack down on Kensington, when the soldiers from the Latin Kings were coming to visit his corner, or maybe he was just lucky. He seemed to have as much good luck as his mother had bad. His best piece of luck was meeting Father Murphy. The priest had a baseball league for the neighborhood Kings, and sometimes John would watch the games in a vacant lot behind St. Anne's Church. Murphy knew John was in the Disciples, but the old man would talk about baseball with him anyway. The guy was tremendously knowledgeable about the game and the Phillies in particular, and over time they started talking about other things as well. At this point, John was one of the Disciples' captains, in charge of running several corners, and that was a dangerous position. He was in a winner-take-all situation, competing with 3 other captains in Kensington. One of them, a ruthless plickling named Salazar, wanted to take over John's corners and was already threatening to kill him. Father Murphy knew all this, and one day he offered John some valuable advice. Get out of town, son. Go join the army. John dismissed the idea at first, but he took it more seriously after Salazar's boys fired a warning shot at him. The army was desperate for soldiers at the time, the Iraq War in full swing, and the recruiters were delighted to sign him up. Once John started basic training, though, he quickly learned that he hated army life. The rules drove him crazy, and his drill sergeant was a sadist. After enduring the full 10 weeks of basic, John got into a fistfight with his sergeant, who busted him out of the service. But when he turned to Philly and told Father Murphy what had happened, the old priest just laughed. Then, after he stopped chuckling, he offered John another chance. St. Anne's Church was a great way to start the anti-gang project to convince the neighbor kids to stay away from the drug crews. Father Murphy told John he'd be perfect for the job. He could get paid for steering kids away from the bad choices he'd made. John was skeptical about this idea too, but it worked. Although the new job was part-time and didn't pay as well as the drug business, he had to take landscaping and construction jobs to make ends meet. It didn't chew up his insides either, or make him jump every time he heard a noise behind him. After a few months, he started to adjust to the regular world, a normal, innocent life of paychecks and taxes. He bought a cheap suit and started a bank account. For the next 7 years, he was a happy, law-abiding citizen. He went to community college and met a great woman named Carl DeSantis. They got married and had a daughter. Then, his luck changed, and everything went to hell. Now John turned left on Somerset Street. He drove a few blocks and approached a 2-story row house with appealing red paint. Since Carol left him 3 years ago, he lived alone in an apartment on the building's 2nd floor. It was a small, dingy place, not so different than the apartment where he'd grown up. Despite all the bad memories, this neighborhood was still home. He'd still have a hard time living anywhere else. He slowed down and scanned the street in front of his house. The sidewalk was empty except for a crumpled Budweiser can and a heap of broken glass that reflected in the street lights. He didn't park in his usual spot by the corner. Instead, he drove another 3 blocks and made a right on Hancock Street. He was going to see Gabriel Rodriguez, who had also grown up in the neighborhood. Gabe was a thief and a junkie, but there was a chance he could do something for Ariel. Gabe's house stood alone in the middle of the block. It was a brick row house whose neighbors had been demolished, leaving vacant lots on either side. For extra security, Gabe had put up a chain-link fence around the house and topped it with coils of concerta wire. Gabe's pit bulls, Maurice and Magala, started barking when John parked by the curb. He stepped out of the Kia, opened its back door, and scooped up Ariel, who squirmed and grimaced but didn't open her eyes. Then he carried her to the gate of the fence. Dogs hurled themselves against the other side of the chain link, snarling and growling. They usually calmed down when they recognized John, but the smell of blood must have disturbed them. "Gabe!" John yelled. "Get your ass out here!" A light came on inside the house, and a few seconds later, Gabe appeared at the front door, wearing boxer shorts and a tattered bathrobe. Like most junkies, he looked like a scarecrow, a really pathetic scarecrow with greasy black hair. His face was so emaciated you could see the shape of his skull underneath his blotchy skin. He stared at John with sunken red-rimmed eyes. "What's going on? Is that a girl? Open the gate, damn it!" Gabe stepped forward and removed a set of keys from the pocket of his bathrobe. Pitbull slunk backward as he approached the gate. "I don't get it," he said, squinting towards the wounds on Ariel's legs. "Why don't you take her to an emergency? She's not a bystander. She's wanted." "What? The crews are using girls now? Who? Jesus Christ, hurry up!" Gabe unlocked the gate and pushed it open. While he hushed the dogs, John carried Ariel into the house, down the steps to the basement. Gabe used this part of the house as his operating room. There was a padded table in the center of the room with bright fluorescent lights on the ceiling. Along the walls were various pieces of medical equipment that Gabe had stolen from Temple University Hospital before he was booted off the hospital staff. Ventilator, a couple defibrillators, a whole refrigerator full of antibiotics. Although the state of Pennsylvania had taken away Gabriel's medical license, he had a lucrative practice catering to the gangs of Kensington. He treated their injured soldiers, extracting the bullets from their bodies and stitching up their wounds, but unlike doctors in the city's emergency room, he didn't report the gun violence and stabbings to the police. In return for his services, the gang bosses paid him in dime bags of heroin. John carefully placed Ariel on the padded table. As he let go of her, he noticed that her skin was clammy. He pressed his fingers against the side of her neck, checking her pulse. It was there, but very faint and thready. "She's in shock," he said, turning to Gabe. "I can barely feel a pulse." "Relax, Johnny boy." Gabe went to a stainless steel sink in the corner of the room and washed his hands and emaciated arms. Then he ripped open a plastic bag containing an intravenous kit. "So you're telling me this redhead's a gangster?" "Just get to work, okay?" Holding a syringe and the intravenous tubing, Gabe approached the table and scrutinized Ariel. He grabbed her limp right arm and began hunting for a vein. "Well, she's got good muscle tone, I'll say that for her." He plunged the syringe into the crook of her arm, and when he went to his refrigerator and removed a plastic bag full of blood, he hooked the bag up to an intravenous tubing and hung it from an IV pole so the blood could drain into Ariel. The label on the bag said O negative, the universal donor type blood. Gabe's refrigerator was full of the stuff. He pointed at Ariel's bandages, the strips of black silk tied around her legs. "This is very creative. You did a nice job." Grinning, he looked at John over his shoulder, but his grin disappeared when he started untying the bandages. "Man, that's ugly. When was she shot?" "Around midnight," John replied. He had to turn away from the operating table 2 hours ago. "What caliber? Jesus, these look like rifle shots." "Yeah, the asshole used an assault rifle, an M4 carbine." "What?" He looked over his shoulder again and raised an eyebrow. "Where did this happen? Afghanistan?" "Look, is she gonna make it or not?" Gabe didn't answer right away. He studied Ariel's bullet wounds, using a sponge to wipe the dried blood from her legs. "It doesn't look good." The bullets fragmented inside her. They cracked the fibula in her left leg and the tibia in her right. Tore up lots of blood vessels, too. He shook his head. "Honestly, I'm surprised she's still breathing. She should have bled out a couple hours ago." John's stomach turned. He forced himself to look at Ariel, and for a moment, he pictured someone else lying on the table. A child's body, blood-soaked and torn. Ivy's body. Clenching his jaw, he pushed the memory out of his mind. "Answer the question, Gabe. Does she have a chance?" "Let me work on her. We'll see what happens." He went to his supply cabinet and collected the surgical tools he needed. Scalpel, forceps, suction tubes. "You can go upstairs if you want. There's a coffee machine in the kitchen." John would have loved a cup of coffee, but he didn't leave the operating room. Instead, he leaned against the wall and watched Gabe work. For a junkie, he had surprisingly steady hands, but this was no accident. Gabe timed his heroin usage according to a rigid schedule. He shot up at 10 p.m., which made him drowsy for 2 hours, then restless. He was alert and able to work from midnight till dawn, the prime hours for carnage in Kensington. Once the sun came up, though, he'd start sweating and shaking and going through withdrawal. Gabe would be completely useless for a few hours from now, but for the moment he was as skillful as any surgeon in Philly. John felt sorry for him, but also a little disgusted. He'd known Gabe since they were in kindergarten. The guy was fantastically smart and phenomenally stupid, all at the same time. In high school, he aced all the tests but got suspended for throwing a firecracker into the girls' bathroom. He was accepted into the University of Philadelphia, but then campus police caught him selling pot to his roommates. Somehow or other, he made it into medical school, and for the next 7 years, it looked like he'd cleaned up his act. He became a success story, a Kensington boy who grew up to be an emergency room doctor at Temple University Hospital. He'd managed to beat the odds and climb above all the shit, but it didn't last. He got addicted to codeine while working at the hospital. He sold painkillers he was supposed to prescribe to his patients. After Temple fired him, he switched from codeine to heroin. It was an expensive habit, and he didn't have a salary anymore, so he started offering his surgical expertise to the local drug crews. There was a clock on the opposite wall of the operating room. After an hour, Gabe was still hard at work, cutting and cleaning and splinting and stitching, but John was too tired to stay on his feet a minute longer, so he slumped to the floor and closed his eyes. Maybe he could catch a little sleep. He was luckier than Gabe. He thought he didn't have to work for the crews anymore. But as long as you lived in Kensington, you couldn't really escape the business. It was always there. You were at its mercy. When he opened his eyes, it was almost 6 a.m. Gabe was at the sink again, washing blood from his hands. Full of confusion and alarm, John staggered to his feet and rushed over to the operating table. Ariel's face was still pale, but now her legs were professionally bandaged and splinted. Gabe had covered her chest with a thin white blanket, which rose up and down with each breath. "Is she okay?" John asked. "She looks better." Gabe dried his hands and nodded. "Yeah, the lady gangster will live. I stitched the bullet wounds and set her broken legs. She'll be able to walk again in 8 or 9 weeks." John felt a surge of relief so strong he almost lost his balance. He didn't understand it. In just 12 hours, Ariel had become the most important person in the world to him. And he didn't even know her last name. So where the hell did you find her? Gabe asked. Here in town? I met her in a bar in New York. In a bar, huh? And this is before she got shot? They followed us to Brooklyn. The assholes with rifles, I mean. I think they were mafia. Mafia? Gabe walked over to the other side of the table. So what's this? He picked up a small leather-bound notebook which had slipped out of Ariel's grasp. Think it's Italian? He opened the notebook and showed John one of the pages. It was inscribed with line after line of unfamiliar symbols. Some of them looked like backwards P's, B's, and R's. Others resembled tree trunks and lightning bolts. Shit, John whispered. What the fuck? Crazy, right? It's like something out of Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings has this kind of weird writing to show the language of the elves and all those other weird fuckers. John had to laugh. It was too ridiculous. Well, can you read the language? He pointed at the page. Do you know what it means? No, man. I don't have a clue, but it's pretty freaky, don't you think? Squinting, John took a closer look at the symbols. They were drawn in black ink by a skillful hand, someone who had lavished a lot of time and effort on the notebook, sketching each character with great care, like Chinese calligraphy. Gabe was right. It was pretty weird. Did Ariel write those symbols in the notebook, or was she just carrying around someone else's strange jottings? And were they part of a code? There's something else, Gabe said, putting down the notebook. He lifted the blanket to show Ariel's uninjured left arm. The girl has scars all over her body. They're old and faint, but they're everywhere. He pointed at several thin, jagged lines between her elbow and shoulder. They were similar to the scars John had seen on her face and neck when he met her. Yeah, I noticed that too. She must have been in an accident when she was a kid. A car wreck, probably. No, that would look different. Some of her scars are fainter than others. Gabe stared at her arm for several seconds, then examined the other arm. It looks like she was in a lot of accidents, some big, some small, but all of her injuries healed nicely. So she's accident-prone. That's not so unusual. Hold on, there's more. Gabe let go of the blanket and pointed at Ariel's mouth. There was a bit of dried blood on the side of her lower lip. He gingerly pressed his index finger to the lip, pushing it down to expose her teeth. One of her molars was missing. I noticed this while I was cleaning her up. John winced at the gap. He remembered that Ariel had fallen on her side after she was shot. She hit the ground during the fist fight. I guess it knocked her tooth out. I don't think so. I found the tooth still in her mouth, under her tongue. I think it came out afterwards, while you were driving her here. She was probably grinding her teeth together because of the pain. Jesus, John muttered, wincing again. This was even worse. Didn't know you could lose a tooth that way. Without letting go of Ariel's lip, Gabe stuck his other hand into his pocket. When he pulled out, there was a tooth in his palm, but it looked oddly small. It was just the top half of a molar. None of the roots at the bottom. It came out because it's a baby tooth. Take a good look at the gap in her mouth. John bent over at the table and peered into the space between Ariel's teeth. He saw a gleam of white emerging from the pink gum. A new molar was growing into the gap. That's the adult tooth. The permanent one? Yeah, and it's coming in about 10 years too late. Except for the wisdom teeth in the back of the mouth, all the permanent teeth are supposed to appear by the time you're 13. John shrugged. He couldn't see what the big deal was. Okay, so she has dental problems. What's your point? Do you know how many people I examined when I worked in the emergency room at Temple? Dozens. Every day. Hundreds every week. And I never saw something like this. You never saw scars or funny teeth? Dave gave him an exasperated look. It's more than that. The weirdest thing of all is that she's still alive. She should have died, John. You can't survive after losing that much blood. The cells die, the organs fail, the whole body shuts down, but it didn't happen with her. You see what I'm saying? He was getting agitated. His voice rose in pitch and volume as he spoke, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. John wondered if Gabe was starting to feel the withdrawal pains already. His sunken eyes veered from left to right as if searching for his next fix. John placed his hand on Gabe's neck, trying to nudge him back from Ariel. All right, settle down. Maybe you should take a break. What, you think I'm imagining things? He picked up Ariel's notebook again and waved it in the air, as if threatening to hit him with it. I know what I'm talking about! I'm a doctor, remember? John took a step back. He hated this. He hated the fact that his oldest friend was a junkie. I know you're a doctor. Listen, you want me to get you something to eat? I'll tell you what I want you to do. You can pay me now. I've been working on your weird-ass redhead for 4 hours. That means you owe me $400. Okay, no problem. I'll go home and get it. You don't have the money, do you? Gabe held the notebook above the operating table, still brandishing it like a stick. I can tell. You're gonna stiff me. You think you can— It was interrupted by a sudden movement, a hand darting up from the operating table. Ariel grasped the brown leather notebook and pulled it out of Gabe's hand. She held it against her chest and narrowed her eyes. That's mine. Startled, Gabe backed away from the table. Fuck, what's going on? I gave her a sedative! I'm a light sleeper. She stared at the junkie, her brow creased. And you are very loud. Gabe took another step backwards. His hands were shaking. He was clearly afraid of her. After a couple seconds, she turned to John. Her face softened and the creases vanished. Thank you for believing me. I see we're not in a hospital. He smiled. You're better off here. The healthcare system sucks. She smiled too, then tried to sit up, scowling in pain, then propped her legs on her elbows. She turned back to Gabriel and pointed at her legs. They're both broken? Gabriel nodded but kept his distance. Yeah. Compound fractures. Could you get me a piece of paper, please? And a pen? It's an odd request. Confused, Gabriel glanced at John, who gave him a why not look, so the junkie went in search of some writing materials. He came back half a minute later and handed Ariel a post-it note and a pencil. He held the notebook in her other hand and flipped through its pages until she found the one she wanted. After scrutinizing the page, she studied the page again and wrote a few more words. John watched her, fascinated. She was done translating the symbols. When she was done, she gave him the post-it note. Written on it were 5 items. Periwinkle, 10 grams. Cat's claw, uno de gato, 5 grams. Horsetail, 10 grams. Milk thistle, 15 grams. Purple coneflower, 10 grams. What is this? John asked her. It's your shopping list. Some of the herbs may be hard to find. Where are we exactly? In Philly, Kensington. That's good. There should be health food stores in the city. If you can't find the herbs there, go to Botanicas in the Latino neighborhoods. Gabe let out a snort. Herbal medicine? That's what you're looking for? He shook his head. It's good for treating a cold, but not so good for bullet wounds. Ariel ignored him. She kept her eyes on John. Will you do this for me? She needed his help. Again, he had every right to say no, but he gazed into those green eyes, and he knew he couldn't refuse her. He was hooked. Bad. John folded the note and stuffed it into his pocket. I'll come back as soon as I can. The shopping took longer than he expected. It was still early in the morning and most of the health food stores weren't open yet. He had better look at the Botanicas, most of which were run by elderly Mexican women. The shops were tiny and dimly lit, but on their dusty shelves were dozens of sacks containing crushed leaves, roots, and powders. By 10 a.m., he had collected all the items on Ariel's list and headed back to Kensington. John planned to stop at his apartment on Somerset to pick up some cash for Gabriel, but when he was 2 blocks away, he saw a crowd outside his row house. Wary, he pulled over to the curb. There were lots of gangbangers in the crowd, from the crews that ran the corners of Somerset Street and Fairhill Square and Lely Avenue. It was a bit strange. The drug crews were usually fast asleep this time of day. Then John saw something even stranger. A pile of familiar-looking furniture on the sidewalk. His furniture. Gangbangers had broken into his apartment, removed his couch and chairs and television and bookcase, and tossed them all outside. His first instinct was to rush over and kick some ass. Why were they messing with his stuff? And what the hell were they thinking? Instead, he stayed in his Kia, furious and fearful. He tried to figure out what was going on. Though the anti-gang project no longer existed, St. Anne's Church had its cut of funding after Father Murphy died, John had continued doing his outreach work on an informal basis. Over the past few years, he'd made a deal with the local drug crews. They let him talk to the younger kids in the neighborhood, but not the older ones. He could reach out to the preteens, urging them to stay away from the crews, but he couldn't say a word to the teenagers who were already working the corners. But it was a compromise they reached after the disaster 3 years ago. But now, it looks like someone had broken the truce. John slumped lower in the driver's seat and peered through his windshield. Some of the gangbangers were stomping on his furniture, breaking the chair legs and ripping the couch cushions. Others picked through his books and DVDs, taking whatever they wanted. Several drunks and junkies wandered the edge of the crowd, curious and amused, but few of the older folks in Somerset shook their heads in disgust. The old-timers in the neighborhood hated the gangs. Sometimes they were brave enough to make their feelings known. One elderly man in the crowd seemed particularly incensed. He shouted something in Spanish at the gangbangers, then spat at the ground. After a few seconds, John recognized the man. It was Victor Garcia, a silvered-haired retiree who'd been a friend of Father Murphy. His face was pink with anger. Victor turned away from the crowd and headed east on Somerset. As luck would have it, the old man was going to walk right past the Kia. As he grew close, John rolled down his car's window. "Hey, Victor!" he called. "What's all the fuss about?" The old man's eyes widened. He looked around nervously, then approached the car. "You better get out of here, John," he whispered. "They're looking for you." "Who's looking? Which crew?" "All of them. Every punk on the street is trying to find you. What the hell did you do?" John held his up his hands, palms up. Nothing. I was in New York yesterday. Well, you must have pissed off somebody. You should go back to New York for your own safety. He glanced at the crowd down the street, then slapped at Kia's car door. Get going, boy. Head for the interstate. Victor walked away quickly, looking over his shoulder. John stepped on the gas and made a left on Hope Street, but he didn't drive towards I-95. Instead, he returned to Gabe's house, taking a roundabout route that avoided Somerset. He parked his car nearby the chain-link fence and called for Gabe. As he stood in the front gate, he waited for his friend. He pondered Victor's question. What the hell did you do? Only thing he'd done was run into Ariel, and maybe that was it. Maybe the gangs in Philly were coming after him because of what happened in New York. He had to yell a whole 2 times before Gabe came out of the house. As soon as he emerged, it was clear why it had taken him so long. His mouth hung open and his eyes were glassy. He wore only his boxer shorts now, and his left arm had the reddish imprint of the belt he tied around his bicep not so long ago. Without a word, he opened the gate and led John into the house. This time, though, they didn't go to the operating room in the basement. Gabe stumbled into a dark, stuffy room on the ground floor and sprawled out on a filthy brown sofa. Scattered on the floor were the works he used to shoot up, the belt, the syringe, the spoon, the cigarette lighter. John frowned. He'd seen this kind of thing a million times before, but he still couldn't understand it. He had to remind himself that the skeletal junkie on the sofa was his old friend Gabriel, the smartest kid in the class, the boy he used to love to play with firecrackers. John waited for a moment, for his eyes to adjust to the dark. He stepped toward the couch. The smell was horrible. How's your patient? John asked. He had to breathe through his mouth. When's the last time you checked on her? Gabe was silent and motionless. Then he nodded drowsily. He moved as if he were underwater. She's fine. Don't worry. Great. Glad you're on the case. John turned away and faced the wall. He couldn't bear to look at the guy. The room went silent again, then Gabe slowly extended his arm and held out his hand. You got it? Got what? The money. My money. His eyes darted. He seemed to be shaking off his stupor. You owe me, remember? $400. I couldn't get into my house. Some assholes from the corner crews were there, waiting for me. This got Gabe's attention. They sat up on the sofa. What did they want? No idea. I didn't stick around to talk. Why not? They're already trashing my apartment. That's weird, don't you think? The bad boy showing up at your place all of a sudden? He craned his neck, trying to look John in the eye. It's amazing how quickly he'd sobered up. You think it has something to do with the girl? Gabe was good at guessing things. He had a talent for ferreting out the streets. It was a useful skill for a junkie to have. Desperate people needed all the help they could get. John shook his head. I don't see the connection, he lied. Well, I do. Gabe scratched his bare chest and leaned back on the sofa cushions. The girl has enemies, right? After you left New York, they could have figured out who you are. Maybe they saw your car's license plate and ran the number. So you did to do if you have the connections. And once they found out your name and address, they made a call to the drug bosses in Kensington, offering them big money to grab someone named John Rogers. The girl too, of course. He grinned. That would explain it, wouldn't it? It certainly would, but John wasn't going to agree with him. This was a dangerous subject. Look, I'll get you your money. You know I always pay my bills. In the meantime, I'm going downstairs to see how she's doing. Sure, go ahead. Gabe kept grinning. Take your time. John didn't like the look on his face. There was a threat behind it. He could feel Gabe's eyes on his back as he went down the steps to the basement. The guy was his oldest friend, but first and foremost, he was a junkie, and now he had a chance to make some serious money, maybe enough for a month's supply of heroin. The payoff was big enough. Gabe would betray him in a second. Ariel was awake when John marched down to the operating room. She seemed happy to see him. Did you find the herbs? I was worried you might— Shh. He raised his index finger to his lips. Gotta go. I'll carry you to the back car. I'll carry you back to the car. Why? She whispered. What happened? Gabe's gonna turn us in. He's probably on the phone right now. John slipped one arm under Ariel's back and another under her splinted legs. She winced as he picked her up, but didn't make a sound. Holding her gently as he could, John led up the stairs and held the notebook. She held the notebook against her chest, just like she did last night. Gabe wasn't on the sofa anymore. He'd probably gone to another room to make the phone call. John burst out the front door with Ariel and ran to his car. As he dashed through the gate, he looked down Hancock Street, expecting to see all of Kensington's gangbangers swarming around them, but the street was empty. John rested Ariel in the Kia's blood-stained back seat. We have a 2-minute head start. Have any ideas on where to go? He didn't expect an answer, but Ariel nodded. Go west, young man, she said. Take the Roosevelt Expressway to I-76. You have a destination in mind? I do, but I have to warn you, it's a long drive. And that is the end of chapter 3.
Hey.
So what do you think so far? What do you think's going on? What do you think's going on with the girl?
Well, I think she's the daughter of the lady from the beginning of the thing.
Why do you say that? That wouldn't really make sense considering the time, right? Like how much time has passed? Remember that the beginning of it took place in 1674. And where we are in the story now is 2014. Well, 2006. 2006,
Oh.
sorry.
That's my birth year.
But that's from 1670 to 2006. You think it's a kid?
Might be a daughter or a granddaughter. No, 'cause she's young-ish. Right?
But she knows the language, if you remember.
I was thinking if it was the daughter, it could have only been it could only be something from that family. It's related to that pair, to the mom and the daughter from the beginning, because the language and then the drawings and then like even the list that she has is like that's not something you'd normally get.
Mm-hmm. The next 2 chapters will be read on tomorrow's stream. But thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all had a great time with me tonight. And I will see you all in the next stream. Bye everyone!